Give that a hello. Hello. Hi. Hi. Hi everyone. Welcome to YCS Sydney 2026. Very exciting for us as it's one of our few events each year. We've got Jesse Cotton from Canada all the way here. We've got round one. We got Andy Liu, who was the Oceanic Champion 2025, represented us at the World Championships last year, was just shy of making the top cut. His opponent is Jonah, who has been around the scene for quite a while as well. He topped the 250th YCS. You can see that game one was delivered rather swiftly, with Andy taking the win quite decisively. Yeah, this weekend we're here at Rose Hill Racecourse, same venue as last year. One that's been really well received. We've got 746 players. So we've got 9 rounds day one, 4 rounds day two with the top 8 cut. Um, so yeah, that's a lot of action to be going. Um, this time around, we're just coming off the back of the 300th YCS, so we've got a lot of people having inspiration from those events. We've also got the new Maison Mortes set where there is the Dark Magician fusion monster that's come out, allowing people to add the gaze of Timaeus and play with Red Eyes Dragoon like we used to do with Predaplant Anaconda. And he won the giant card yesterday, so he's definitely had a lot of good practice going into this weekend. Jonah also doing quite well in that giant card event, going quite deep into the tournament. Yep, we do have Jesse Cotton at the venue. There were a number of other players who wanted to attend, but due to weather conditions over on the East Coast, weren't able to make it. Um, yep, so we can see the players siding into game two. And both players from Sydney, so they have that local advantage, not having to travel so far, not having to adjust the new um to a new venue, not have to stay in a hotel room. They get the comfort of their own homes. Yeah, this is our first major tournament with the new rule set of the tournament structure, so it's interesting to see how it will impact people's deck building decisions, and how they approach the tournament. As back before, people would tend to build decks which was able to just scrape them by into top cut and then go from there, whereas now you've got to be a lot more consistent and hope for the best. um yeah, right, so we see Jonah start off with the Sinful Spoils. He's playing the Yummy deck, which, as mentioned, plays the new cards in order to be able to access extra fusion monsters such as the Red Eyes Dragoon. Yes, we do have the new time rules for this YCS. So that means at the end of match procedures will result in a double game loss. So the player's best interest is to be able to close out the games because you ideally don't want to take a double game loss for your resistance, especially as we go into the later rounds where all wins matter. Sorry, that was a period race map. My apologies. Both players definitely opting to choose the deck which they think gives them the best chance at winning the tournament. Noting that it is going to be 13 stressful rounds of Swiss. Yeah, we can see that a Lollipop Yummy Way's been summoned. And Andy having quite a number of interactive cards himself with Ghost Bella and Ash Blossom, and he's off the Perulia. Sorry, the Forloss, yeah. But you know, both decks are able to play quite well through the interactions, and this meta is really about knowing how to navigate through your opponent's interactions, when to set up a smaller board, when to know how you can go deeper into your opponent's cards. See, Andy allows the Cupsy way to continue, adding a surprise. Look like Andy's passing through a lot of interaction points now, probably signaling that he doesn't have much left. Jonah has to decide where he goes from here. Yeah, so that is a Goyo defender on Jonah's side of the field, just as a level 3 synchro. And Andy now at this point is able to summon Arthrelion from his hand using Fimena's effect. Now he's going to be able to use his Draco Tail monsters. Andy just opened an incredibly powerful hand with points of interaction and a way to be able to summon. He's able to set the Draco Tail Sting as well. So this is what Draco Tail wants to be able to do, be able to fusion summon on both players' turns ideally. And Andy continuing to recoup his resources. And in this game state, Jonah's gone down to quite a few cards. Jonah continuing with the yummy surprise. He's really thinking about what he goes to do from here. Yep, Draco Tail is up game 1 quite decisively, with Andy having won the die roll as well. Still have an adequate amount of time in the round. Jonah doesn't necessarily need to consider his options of too much, because there is quite a bit of time for him to think it through and comfortably play out a potential game 3.
And there he has a cookie yummy way alongside his Linkaribo. Yeah, now he's on the Lollipop yummy way. Jonah really giving some consideration. Somebody back the cupsy. And he's thinking on the marshmallow. There he does.
About it here, having to navigate into Andy's field, and he has to prepare for Andy being able to have a battle phase when it comes around to his turn. Going for the SP Little Knight to be able to banish a card. Jonah really considering what to banish off SP Little Knight. Does he go for one of the interactive trap cards? Does he go to be able to go through to cut his opponent off, or does he go? He goes for the Australian. And it looks like this might be the end of Jonah's turn. He's got the Lollipop, the SP, and a set. Yep. And he draws. We know he has a couple of Draco tail monsters already. It looks like he's got a lineup of 1 spell, 4 or 5 monsters. He starts off the Rahu Draco tail. A very powerful way to start forcing interactions from your opponent. Awaiting response from Jonah. So allows him to fusion summon a Draco tail monsters from the extra deck. Jonah responds with his Yummy Surprise to be able to summon a Yummy monster, and then he's going to be able to continue from there. We get into these very complex game states where there are many layered interactions, so it's difficult to quite clear things. And we have that Retaliating Sea on the field, which is going to be hurtful to Andy as the monsters sent are going to be banished, cutting him off some of his resources. So we see him use Lucius and likely a monster from his hand. Yep, using the Draco Tail Pan from his hand.
He has the other alien now. It's an attempt to be able to return multiple monsters on the field to the hand. Back onto Andy. This Yummy deck is incredibly resilient with multiple plays on your opponent's turn due to the synchros being able to summon out the links, and then the links being able to also force a synchro summon. So that is something that Andy has to be able to navigate through. I'm sure he's played against a number of Yummy decks yesterday in his road to winning the Giant card. Andy continues with his incredible Ecclesia. Which has the effect where it contributes itself and summon a Fallen of Albaz from the hand or deck, which includes the Fallen of the White Dragon, which is one of the relatively newer cards. Andy now activating the Draco Sting, which is able to banish 2 cards from the graveyard and then allow him to hopefully draw a card, which he's able to draw a card, and then hopefully see into more ways to play through this field. But that retaliating Z putting in a lot of work, being able to cut off resources. Now, Jonah taking a look at the incredible Ecclesia to make sure he's aware of the effects. It looks like he's declared the effect of his Snatchy. To a Copsy. And then when Cupsy summon, he's able to add two Yummy cards, 2 Yummy monsters, and discard a card. See just the disparity between going first and going second in this particular matchup, or in this particular format, where having the ability to play first is a huge advantage. You being able to set up your field. We can see that Jonah was able to play through many layers of interaction. Like the players are clarifying something in the game state at this stage. Just continuing this match, sorry, we can see that there's been plays from both sides. Retaliating C still putting in a lot of work. Looks like play's gone to Jonah. He's got the Cupsy, which is...
So we're back. Looks like Jonas had the FA Dawn Drag, so SP Little Knight in the cutscene. He's able to push for some amount of damage into Andy's board. Empty's empty field. He's got one card left in hand, and with potential point of interaction being FA Dawn Drag, so he's opted to remove his Retaliating C, which we saw was a huge roadblock to Andy being able to play well. Now Andy's able to use his 5 mana to be able to summon Arthrelian. Now using that to be able to add cards back to the hand. Looks like he's opting to extend his own plays, choosing the pan. And Jonah looking at his extra deck options. Yeah, you see the SP to be able to stop the Arthrelian, or to banish the Arthrelian. Yeah, but Andy goes ahead and adds the key to from his deck to his hand. But yeah, I do want to know Jonah's mindset on why he chose to give up his retaliating C, noting that it was an incredibly powerful card in this matchup. Being able to banish all cards that go to the graveyard. Jonah going ahead and extending out his field with that. With the cup C, the Lollipo. And we want to see what he wants to be able to end on. Look, he doesn't have any further cards in hand. All his interactions will be monsters on the field. His SP comes back as does the Australian. Andy draws. It's a bit unclear what Andy drew. But now without the retaliating C, we'll see if Andy's able to push through or if it's at a point where he's been cut off too many of his cards already. Checking his graveyard, making sure he's all his options. He proceeds with Rahu Draco Tail to be able to commence a fusion summon. But again, Jonah's able to on his end have a number. He's able to use the synchro monsters. Oh, he's got the FA Dawn Dragster as well. Opts to be able to summon back the Snatchy. Oh, he goes for the Marshmallow. Andy fusing using the Forloss in his hand, knowing that at this stage in the game there's no way to use a card. He already used one at the start of the game, as well as the Draco Tail Urgula. So Urgula being able to set a Draco Tail spell trap from the deck and then destroy a spell or trap on the field. Summoning the new Draco Tail, the Shoreless, came out relatively recently, was not in the first wave of Draco Tail cards. Can target 2 Draco Tails cards in the graveyard and 1 on the field, and shuffle all 3 into the deck, so it's able to recur some of his resources. Jonah just reading it again. It's one of the newer Draco Tail cards, so he's making sure he's in full understanding of what's about to happen. Andy choosing to add back the Rahu and the Kitu, awaiting Jonah's response. So Andy now using the graveyard effect of Urgula, being able to target one spellcaster Draco Tail in his graveyard and place Urgula at the bottom of the deck and add that monster to the hand. another way he can recur his resources. But looking into this build, it's going to be a bit tough for him to play through, especially with Jonah having multiple card effects to get back. They still has the SP Little Knight as well. And it. So we see the newly limited Draco Malulu as well. And Jonah just reading that to make sure he's verified of all its effects. He's going to use the Malulu as to be able to fuse. Using the 5 mana and the Shoreless. To be able to summon Gulamel. Gulamel, whenever a Draco Tail card effects activated, can destroy one card your opponent controls, targeted. And it has a standard Draco Tail fusion effect where 2 monsters enter graveyard at the same time. You can special summon it. Yeah. And Jonah being able to quickly break that apart. Andy's able to add back another Ketu Draco Tail, which he's going to activate. That was set from 5 mana's effect. Yep. Yeah, Andy proceeding to use the Ketu Draco Tail as well. Summoning another Gulamel. Or looks like there is an current issue. So it looks like he's committed to summon the Gulamel. I think there was an issue where he wanted to change his mind but was not allowed to. Yep. And as 2 cards were sent to the graveyard at the same time, Shoreless is able to summon itself the standard Draco Tail effect. Andy does have 2 monsters on the field. He needs to be able to try and push through. He is up game 1, fortunately, but he ideally wants to be able to close out this game, not have to go game 3. He's able to clear off 2 monsters, and Jonah opting not to cut the deck. And then Andy's also able to summon back After Alliance from the graveyard. Yep. I believe that's an Okroki that was added to, that's attempting to be added to the hand. Okroki being able to, whenever he synchro summons a Light Beast monster, he's able to target 1 card your opponent controls and destroy it. And if face-up monster leaves the field by opponent's card effect, you can special summon 1 yummy monster from the deck. So Okroki can be recovered by targeting 2 yummy monsters in the graveyard or banishing them, place them all on the bottom of the deck. Now, Jonah has to be able to navigate through 3 fusion monsters. Draco Tail fusion monsters are quite strong as well, Arthur Alien having 3000 attack, Gulamel 2800, Shoreless 2400. Yummy monsters are able to become stronger themselves as well, but nonetheless, it is a consideration for him to get through. Yep, it looks like that was game 2 done. Yep, so we can see here Andy was able to take on Jonah and take him out. So, guys, we will be addressing some of the hiccups that we have. We'll try and keep you updated with the rounds as they play. Andy coming off the back of a giant card win yesterday, having won Oceanic Championships last year, definitely shows that he's capable of doing quite well this tournament as well. Jonah, he's proven himself in the past to be able to top quite a number of events, even overseas. So I'm sure he's going to be able to do well later in the tournament. Perhaps we'll see him back later as well. And we do know that round 1 is over in the main event, so that we will be going into round 2 quite shortly. Yeah, so well done to both players. Andy is going to be able to go undefeated, having decisively won the first round. Hi guys. So yeah, like I said, YCS Sydney, 746 players. We've got 9 rounds of Swiss Day 1, 4 rounds of Swiss Day 2. Cutting to top 8. It's our first tournament with this new tournament structure with the so it'll be interesting to see how players have adapted their deck building to the new structure. We haven't had an opportunity to see in action. We have played around with the double match loss rules for when we reach the end of round procedures. With this year, we have Jesse Cotton over from Canada. We have the usual superstars from Australia. Yeah, so it will be a weekend of a lot of duels. We've got a lot of contenders out there trying to get their first YCS win. We had last year won by Freddie, the year before won by Jason, both players from Melbourne. So we want to see if Melbourne's able to keep up the lead or Sydney's able to take it back, or if we get a winner from another city. That's always interesting as well. So yeah, keep posted. We will have a lot more rounds here. We'll try to solve a lot of the audio and video issues that we might have. We do have there are a lot of players. We have Dino, who was our world's contestant last year. We've had Fox, who went to Worlds the year before. Po Jang is here. I've seen he's been to World Championships twice as well. 2014 National Champion Bhupinder is making a comeback. He's here at this event. He's had his spark reignited recently when he saw the Draco tail cards. Yeah, so we definitely have a lot of legacy players. I'd like to say people whose desire to play the game gets reinvigorated every time a big tournament like the YCS is announced. The other major tournament we have are the state championships and the Oceanic championships, which are held closer to the middle of the year, so it breaks up our year. Yeah, we've got round 1 over. Round 2 should be starting up soon. I'll try and get an update on how players are doing. Um, which players do people want to keep updated with? Um, yeah. Uh, Other than that, we're expected to see the most popular decks. Yummy, we've got Brandon Draco Tail, we've got VSK9, which we've seen do quite well at the 300th YCS. The Radiant Typhoon deck, I can see a lot of traction with. Um, so I think at this stage, all options to winning the tournament is open. We've got a lot of people who are building to be able to try and top the event. We've got people trying to build to play to win the event. Um, yeah, we've got players from all around Australia here. It is a good time of the year. The weather's not too bad. It's a nice venue. Players like to meet up um, for these kind of events. Yeah. What else is happening? So 8 more rounds of Swiss today. It is just past 10:40 in the morning, so all things going well, we should be out of here at a reasonable time. And what else has changed over the last year since the YCS? We've had the introduction of like the stamped cards for the YCS and the World Championship qualifiers. Um, like we had the giant card yesterday. We have Genesis events coming up on Sunday. So we've had a lot of action in the Yu-Gi-Oh scene over the last year. And again, with this being the only YCS we have, it is very interesting for players to be able to expand beyond what they've normally been able to do, just play the main event. So players who want to play a different format are allowed to play that. We have supported formats for those. We have Time Wizard events going. Um, with the main event, we've got players who are now trying out this new structure. But it does become a little bit harder to know when they're out of the tournament. It is difficult for you to push on through with a low record and then inevitably lose out later on. But with such few players and a high number of rounds, it is safe to say that players with a lower record are able to do quite well and top the event. But again, even with the top 8 structure, we have a better pricing structures cascade down to 16, 32, and 64. With those stamped cards, we have the play mats, the deck boxes. So even people who don't make the top 8 cut are able to walk away with substantial pricing. Yeah, what decks are people interested in seeing today? Are you guys more of wanting to see specifically the meta tyrants, or do you guys want to see things that are a bit more off the beaten track? Which we know a lot of players play the game for the love of the game. They're not here to play the best deck and win. They're here to play whatever they think will have fun with. And when they have fun, they are more actively enjoying the game. So that is playing Yu-Gi at the end of the day. What drew us in was how fun it was. There is a competitive aspect to it. Yeah. I've had players come up to me. We've got players playing Magnet Warriors. We've got people playing Dinosaur. Their pet deck. But again, people who are local are more likely to play their pet decks and things that they enjoy, regardless of whether they win or lose. They're not here for the grand prize. They're just here for the ability to just play, have fun, see friends, see people they haven't seen in a long time. I know recently we've had a lot of support in older structure decks such as Makanko. We have the new Pumpkin cards. We have this is quite a wide format. I think the power level of decks in this day and age are quite high to the point where we know how, with just the right combination of cards, they're able to pull out wins against the meta tyrants itself, like White Forest being a deck that is very popular among Dino who went to Worlds last year. He loves that deck. He plays that deck a lot. It looks like players are about to get seeded for round 2 as well. So we're looking to try and find players for the next round. So we'll be with you shortly. We'll take a small break and be back soon.
welcome back everyone, sorry about that. So round 2 we have Sword Soul versus Vanquish Soul K9. Matthew Walsman from Queensland, Australia, player known to play one of those decks that he personally feels he enjoys, whether it's a meta-defining deck or not. We talked about that last round, whereas Primo from New Zealand has flown over, likely wants to make the most out of his trip and play the most powerful deck. Sword Soul was able to get a new card in the Fallen of the White Dragon, which we saw last round being incredibly effective in the Draco Tail branded deck, but it being able to summon Ecclesia is quite helpful because Ecclesia, as a lot of people might not remember, also summons any Sword Soul monster for the deck. So now you've got Sword Soul monster and a level 4 monster as well, so it coincides quite well. And they're able to do incredible help, as they saw the Sword Soul Synchro monsters were all incredibly powerful. Cheng-Ying having 3000 attack, Wang Yuan having 2900, Chi-Xiao also having 2800. And on the other hand, Primo playing the Vanquish Soul K9 deck just wasn't able to play too much. His Mad Love searching the start and the start getting stopped by the Fallen and the Virtuous was able to prevent him from being able to push through and do a whole lot. He had a couple of interactive cards, but again, we can see there's a quite of a disparity between going first and going second in this format. You know, Fallen of Virtuous being able to be searched by the Albaz engine, able to just destroy a card in the field like that Vanquish Soul start that needs to be on the field for Primo to have been able to play was quite huge in being able to stop him from actually being able to play. But he will be able to go first game 2 should he wish to. Potentially we'll be able to see more Vanquish Soul K9 plays from him. Vanquish Soul deck having a very strong representation at the 300 YCS. Very synergistic with Holy Sue being a level 5, the card you want, pairing well with the K9 engine, with Azuna, Noroi, Jokel Lantern. Noroi being a little bit harder because the Vanquish Soul deck already has a lot of normal summons. You can see here he actually has a Raisin, which is new, which is back at 3. Able to search. He has activates Vanquish Soul start. This time he's actually being able to get it off. Sword Soul not having a point of interaction at this stage. Perhaps he's more focused on letting his opponent summon monsters and then try to just break it down from there. Yep, so, as we were saying, Holy Sue, incredibly powerful card. Be able to he also has a Jiaolong in the field as well. Jiaolong, incredibly powerful in this match as well. It's able to add cards from deck to hand. It's also a level 5 body as well. Be able to summon the K917 Ripper, as we can see. Ripper, being a point of interaction, is also a card which can search. So what you want to do is layer up points of interaction. Sword Soul was traditionally known for having quite a lot of choke points in the past. It was weak to things like token collector, and just ways where you can keep from being able to synchro summon. Yeah, we can see here the searching of the Draco, which is now at 1. And then Draco being able to reveal itself in a level 5 to special summon both, but they can't be used for Big C summon. We see a Vanquish a Rock being summoned, which adds back the Holy Sue. Holy Sue being a point of interaction in the opponent's turn as well. If you have the correct attributes, which is always the dream of the deck, it's able. If you have Earth and Dark, you're able to take control of one of your opponent's monsters. Again, in this matchup, you can potentially take away a tuner to prevent them from using synchros, or it could just summon a Vanquish Soul from a deck with a Fire and a Dark. We have 746 players in the tournament. There is a minimum of 13 rounds of Swiss. So this is just round 2 of 13. There's 9 rounds today, 4 rounds tomorrow. Vanquish Soul K9, you can see just very powerful in being able to extend through their plays. We've got Draco and the Holy Sue on the field. Primo just considering plays, going for another rank 5. We can see here that the Nash Knight, Nash Knight being able to detach 2 and then attach a number Xyz monster from the deck. That's between number 101 and 107. But generally we do use it to bridge into the Chaos Xyz Nash Knight by using just the regular Nash Knight. Nash Knight also itself is unable to be destroyed by battle. Well, there's a number of monsters on the field, but that's currently not relevant. We can see that it is Matthew's turn. He's able to start off with that Fallen of White Dragon. It does get stopped by Ripper because Fallen of White Dragon is a monster that activates in hand. Goes for the regular summon. While not ideal, it is still a monster that you can normal summon, worst comes to worst, and special summon the Ecclesia from deck. And now he proceeds to use Ecclesia's effect. Again, we've seen it used for Draco Tail branded purposes, but back in the day we would summon Sword Soul monsters from it. Primo considering what he has got, Core by the Grave, which is huge, cutting off the Sword Soul. It looks like Matthew is just packing up and going straight to game 3. He didn't have many points of interaction for Primo's first turn, and that limited Core by the Grave on the Incredible Ecclesia was enough to just cut him off his resources. And like mentioned before, Sword Soul was known to have quite an amount of choke points where if you were able to stop them, they weren't able to progress their gameplay. And that format, unironically, was also a time where Branded was the big contender of the format as well. So we good to see that both decks still have a bit of viability. Both decks are being supported by the new Albaz cards. So yeah, we're going into game 3. Sword Soul being able to go first again. We can see that Primo does have that full loss. He's going to try and be able to cut off Matthew's resources early, and then hopefully push. K9 having a lot of push, but they also have a lot of powerful plays. Like if he has Holy Sue and the right attributes, that's one of the most ideal hands they would want. Yep, so we're going into round 2. We're still relatively early on. It's still anyone's game from here, whether you've lost the first round or you've won it. It's got 11 more rounds of Swiss. Very mentally challenging for a lot of players who haven't played in these long round tournaments. Like regionals here usually only go for 7 or 8 rounds, and now you've got an extra 5 rounds on top of that. So it's going to test people's mental games, their ability to play at a high level consistently through multiple rounds. And Australia not having many events is a true testament to the ability to adapt, because we're not really used to having such long events where you have to go incredibly deep in. Yeah. So, taking a look at Matthew's deck list, it is incredibly, I would say, streamlined. Plays 3 of all the cards you need to see, and then as few of the other cards that you don't want to see. The only tenure he plays is Saruya, but we'll see how he's going to pilot Game 3. I think he also has the element of surprise. I don't think a lot of players have tested against the Sword Soul matchup. So players have cut. Let's see what they open. You can see the Solemn Judgment in Matthew's hand, as well as is that Perulia and a Droll Lockbird. He gets hit by a Bolas. So Primo does have a point of interaction already, but Matthew has that Droll and Lockbird if he once he's done with his own summoning. But it looks like he just opts to set the Solemn Judgment and pass. He doesn't open spectacular play. He doesn't want to give draws to Primo. Primo's having his raise and immediately Solemn Judgment. That's huge. Again, both decks have points where it can be incredibly tough, but we can see here that Primo has a K9 play with that Draco and the Jiaolong. Jiaolong, as we mentioned, being a level 5 is incredibly powerful. And Matthew just looks like he's offering to show his hand and conceding. Like a very quick game from Primo. Matthew just didn't have the handle. He shows that he would draw into cards that wouldn't really do anything in this matchup. Look, he had the Tire and the Blazing Cartesia, I believe, none of which would help. He just drew an incredibly unhelpful hand game 3, while Primo had that one-off Joker. We'll take a bit of a break. We'll see if we can get Primo on for a post-match interview. Let's give us a short break. We'll see if we can get him on. Yeah. Alright guys, I'm here with Primo, the winner of the round 2 feature match. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, 2-0 right now. It was a weird matchup, but we got there.
Yeah. So why did you pick Vanquish Soul K9 this weekend?
It felt like a safe pick, and it also has banishing strategies that you can just bank on playing against certain matchups. It's a bit of a safety pick.
Yeah, did the results of the 300th YCS ever influence your opinion?
For sure, I did take a lot of inspiration from lists there. My main deck was basically copied. I did change the extra inside to my preferencer.
Cool. And going into that match, so game 1, he went first. He had a lot of plays. Your line of play was just a mad love into the field spell, which got stopped. What were your thought process from there at that point?
He had Fall of the Virtuous, so I kind of knew that wasn't going to resolve. I just kind of played it out to see if he was playing any ticks, and I saw Sword Soul, so that kind of just gave me more information on what to expect.
Yep, so game 2, I think we could safely say was won on the back of the Core by the Grave. And how were you feeling?
I was feeling kind of good. I had a Solemn set there as well, so I felt pretty safe ending on a board like that. Game 3 was a weird one where I was ready to play a game and he just set one past and showed me the line to win.
Yep. Yeah, so you had that Draco as well. How were you feeling when you saw that Draco in your opening hand?
Pretty good. I had multiple options on the Draco to summon.
Yep. And what's your game plan for the tournament? Obviously, it's our first time playing under the rules of like the 13 rounds of Swiss. How are you tackling this? Like,
just play at consistent speed, see what they're playing, and then decide if I want to just take it to next game.
Yeah. And what is your preparation process for these very long tournaments?
It's about practice and just picking a deck that you're comfortable on, that you can play these rounds over and over. Playing something a bit complicated that needs a lot of thought process, by the later rounds, I start making misplays.
Yeah. And from what people have said in the past, that the K9 Vanquish Soul deck actually has issues with consistency sometimes. What is your thoughts on that in the 13-round tournament?
It's going to be a weird one. Last night testing, I wasn't doing so good. The locals I went to before, I was doing great.
Did you play any public events yesterday?
No, I just came in to look at the event. It's a great thing.
And is this for your first YCS Sydney?
Second YCS.
Which one's the first one that you went to?
First one was last year. Came in with Malice.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and what's your advice or like anything you want to say to people back at home supporting you?
Show up to these YCSs. These big events are great. It's worth the trip.
And would you say it's your favorite event of the year?
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and what's your plan for the rest of the day? Just take it one match at a time, or do you have...
One match at a time, for sure. We'll see where it takes us.
Cool. Thank you so much for speaking to me. We'll cut back to a short break now. We do wish you the best of luck in the future round. I'm sure we might see you eventually on the top tables again.
Hopefully.
everyone. We're not ready to start round 3 just yet, but thought I'd take the time to go into the tournament again. So 746 players, a bit on the smaller side. We've got 13 rounds of Swiss. From my calculations, it appears that every X2 should make it. But of course, anything can happen between double game losses and stuff like that. So your aim is to try and be X2 by the end of the tournament. Is the audio fixed? Yeah, so we are about to start round 3. We're not ready just yet. So we've got 746 players, 13 rounds. Every X2 should likely make it. But ideally, yeah, you want to go 11 to in the day. Or across the round. X3 might be able to scrape in depending on what happens. From what I've seen, there's quite a variety of decks available. The two favorite being the K9 Draco, the K9 Vanquish Soul. We've got a lot of Draco Tail. We've got a handful of Radiant Typhoon. We've got other pet decks like Rocket. We've got White Forest. We've got we've got a Dinosaur deck that aims to win the game in one turn as well that I walk past. But otherwise, we've got all the standard picks out there. We saw Bank Soul last round. I imagine we'll see a lot more of the Yummy deck as well, whether it's paired with other engines or what the case is. What else do we have? Yeah, with the new set, we've had a huge impact on the game with the Fallen of White Dragon. We see that popularized in Draco Tail. We saw it slightly early in Swords Off. We see the Fallen and Search could be played across a lot of other decks as well. What do people want to see? Do people want to see more of the meta contenders? We know that in the later rounds where a lot of the high-performing players are still in contention, we'll see a lot of those exploits at top. And the earlier rounds, we'll see a lot more of the pet decks on the top 10. We'll see Magnet Warriors, which I walked past. There was a number of Monster Summons and Fury Beasts being one of them. We've seen a variety of decks. People definitely have a lot of options to play this tournament. We will try and get some innovative strategies while they're still in contention at the top table. We do know that unfortunately due to the more high caliber duelists playing powerful decks are likely to knock them out, so we want to be able to feature some of them earlier on, so we'll get something like that on. Sky Striker is a pick that a lot of people have wanted to see due to its performance in the major tournaments through like Joshua Schmidt playing that quite well. I heard Jesse Cotton is currently 2-0. We might get him on at some point in future. Other players, we've got Ho Jiang, we've got Peter Mitro, Thanasis. We've got quite a number of high-profile Australian players that, although might not be known well in the global scene, we still have those who have travelled to past events. We had Jonah on round 1. Yeah, so we've got 7 more rounds today. We've got round 3 just about to start. They're going to get seated. We will find a table to bring, and we will be with you shortly. Just taking a quick break. welcome back everyone to round 3 of the YCS Sydney 2026. This round we have Nathan Cost, a very seasoned player in Australia. He played a lot back in the day. He would always come first in Swiss, had a couple of strong performances, took a bit of a break, took a couple of breaks here and there, and came back to the game every time there was a fusion deck coming out. So like he came back for Elements, and now he's back for Draco Tail. And you can see he's playing the Draco Tail deck. We're on the other side, we have Po Jiang, a player who's been to the World Championships twice, once in 2018, and once in 2022 maybe. He has also won YCS Charlotte. You can see he's playing Sky Striker, one of his most favorite decks. One where he actually won YCS Charlotte with. He qualified for the World Championships with back in 2018 as well, so he definitely knows what he's doing with the deck. We see that Nathan Cost starts with Blazing Cartesia. He gets hit with one Molchami, has the Ash Blossom for it, but unfortunately Po has the second one as well. You can see that the rest of the cards in Po's hand are spells, one being a Forbidden Droplets. Blazing Cartesia sending the Pan and the Phimina for a Synchro Summon. And don't forget, they also have their additional effects as well, so they're able to set spells and traps from the deck, and then, well, Pan would normally destroy a monster, but in this case it cannot. Phimina, on the other hand, just sets it. So we see the Ketu being set, and we can see him go through his deck for another card. And he has the Secretarian Dragon on the field. Yeah. So Secretarian Dragon, while you control it, your opponent can't activate the effects of Special Summon Dragon spellcaster monsters, but it also loses 100 attack by rebanished cards. So Secretarian Dragon being huge in the mirror match due to its ability to stop, and the deck being full of spellcaster and dragon monsters. But in this matchup, he's going blind. He's not sure what his opponent's playing. And Po hasn't actually played a card yet to reveal what he's playing. Po being a player who generally plays what he feels is best, gives him the chance to win the tournament, it's a fair assumption that he would be playing the perceived best deck, so Nathan putting him on potentially the mirror match as well. Now he normal summons Lucius, which was searched off the key to. The Lucius on summon is able to add a Draco Tail monster from the deck to the hand, except itself. Now as Rahu, he's going to be able to use the Lucius and the Urgula to summon Arthralian, and then Arthralian being able to recycle a card. Looks like he's trying to go for the 5 mana. He's also got the option to recycle potentially Ash Blossom, which he's also considering as well. Looks like he's going for the more defensive pick of the Ash Blossom. And he's got the 5 mana as well, sorry. And we've still got to resolve the Urgula as well. The Urgula being able to set the spell of trap from the deck, and then potentially destroy a spell trap, which isn't applicable right now. So just wasn't able to see what Nathan said, but I do believe it was a spell. Yep, so he's now able to add back the 5 mana and the Ash Blossom. Secretariat Dragon also is able to target one dragon and spellcaster in the graveyard, special summon one and place the other one in the bottom deck. So Lucius now comes back. Looks like Po actually just passed turn 1, and Nathan was able to just summon all these monsters and attack for a game. Poe obviously not being able to open the cards he wanted. Sorry, I missed him passing turn. That motion at the side, I thought he had wanted Iroh and opted to go second, but that does make a lot of sense. So Nathan Koss does win game 1, which is a huge advantage because should it go to a game 3, he'll be able to go first game 3 as well, pushing a lot of advantages that we've seen in the last couple of rounds where going first gives you an amount of advantage which can sometimes be unsurmountable. Poe has, I'm sure, found multiple ways of being able to navigate going second. Sky Striker traditionally was a deck that was able to go first or second. And we can see that with his side deck, but given that his deck was likely built to go first, he will just make minimal changes, potentially alter the interactive cards such as the Molchamis probably aren't doing too well in his deck going first, unless he, like the first game, is unable to have a play during his first turn. Nathan's still side decking. At this stage, he shouldn't know what Poe is playing. Poe hasn't revealed any cards yet. And so at this point, Nathan will try to be playing cards which are quite versatile, that can go into a variety of matchups, which could be stuff like Forbidden Droplets if that's not in the main deck. You can potentially see Nibiru, which is good into a variety of matchups. We could see other ways which you can interact with your opponent's board that doesn't specifically target certain matchups. And yeah, this is round 3 of the YCS. Both players are 2-0. Very healthy into the early rounds. You want to get through these early rounds without taking a loss, because the harder matchups do come later in the day where you're playing against other players who are doing quite well and their tiebreakers will be pulling you up. You definitely need to go for a next 2 record to be able to top this. Poe is able to start off with Engage, so it's a very good start. It's the alternate art. It's definitely what you want to see. That's their key card. He isn't going for he's really think about what he has. His hand has, I believe, a monster. There's an infinite impermanence in his hand. Now Poe has taken an extended break from the game. Not sure how much practice he has going into this event. He goes for the linkage. Sky Striker being propped up by new cards such as the Lemnis Gate, which we've seen in past events do be incredibly powerful. But yes, Sky Striker linkage lets him just special summon a Sky Striker from his extra deck to his extra monster zone. He leads with Rose into Kagari. Kagari is able to add back Engage. A play as old as a time itself. This is an incredibly powerful combination to be able to let you amass a lot of resources, which he activates again, Engage. It does hurt quite a bit that they aren't able to get the draw effect from having 3 spells in the graveyard, but that does require a very powerful opening hand going first. Now he's going for the linkage, which lets him send the Kagari to graveyard to summon Zero, which is also then able to add any Sky Striker spell from the deck or the graveyard to the hand. And as he's approaching 3 spells in the graveyard, unfortunately Zero does get stopped by Infinite Impermanence. Still on 2 spell cards right now, so we do see the Infinite Impermanence, 2 spell cards, and that looks to be, not sure if that was a, I can't really identify from this hand cam. We do see another engage. Unfortunately, only 2 spells in the graveyard at present, so he won't get that draw effect, which is how they capitalize on the advantage of going first. That strike, Sky Striker 0 resolving would have been incredibly powerful to be able to push that game plan forward. Let's see what Poe decides to add. Yeah, he's adding another copy of Sky Striker Linkage. Linkage, I don't believe is once per turn. Now it's sets 3 card, passes to Nathan. We know there's at least 1 Infinite Impermanence there, and 2 spell cards to interact. Now Nathan, contemplating his opening play, he has the Fallen of the White Dragon to start off his play. He's sending Albion. Albion in the end phase is going to be able to add 1 branded spell or trap card from the deck to the from the deck. So that's able to add the Fallen and the Virtue, which is always a branded card. The Fallen of the White Dragon is summoned and is now able to special summon Ecclesia from the deck if the effect is able to successfully resolve. Infinite Impermanence, however, on the Fallen of White Dragon stops Ecclesia from being summoned at this, or attempting to. Nathan really thinking about his options at this stage, going through the extra deck. We do know that the Draco Tail branded deck has quite a tight extra deck with all the different names they need to play. They definitely would like to play some specific niche cards or more copies of cards they already do. But he's really thinking on this Infinite Impermanence, which is able to resolve. Now we'll have to see if he's able to push through this game. He has the Blazing Cartesia, so as you can, Fallen of White Dragon is considered a Fallen of Albaz. The Blazing Cartesia can be special summoned, and then once during the main phase, he will be able to fusion summon a level 8 or higher fusion monster using monsters on the field or hand as material, and it was sent to the graveyard. Fusion monster sent to the graveyard, he's able to add it back from the hand to the hand from the graveyard. So look, he's summoning Blazing Cartesia, is able to successfully special summon. Poe thinking about his options here, noting that with a tuner and a non-tuner, there's a synchro play viable, there's fusion plays viable as well. Yep, Poe has a Widow Anchor to be able to take control of Blazing Cartesia, the one that's a tuner, and also the one that's able to have a fusion summon effect. He's able to take control of it because he does now have the 3 spells in the graveyard. Nathan has to try and push through. He does have the Rahu Draco Tail, which appears to resolve from Poe's reaction. He has the Malulu in hand, which is being sent. And Malulu is able to set a Draco's Tell Spell or Trap, and then he's able to negate the effects of one face-up monster, which I think is fairly inconsequential at this point. But he's able to force Zero to use the effect. I don't believe Poe has her Ray in the graveyard to be able to use this effect. Yeah, Urgula was sent, so Urgula is able to set and also potentially destroy Spell or Trap. So he's going to target that last set spell. Arthalion is able to target 2 cards to return to the hand. Looks like he's just going to recycle some monsters. He can target 1 because he used the 1 Malulu from the extra deck. We have 746 players in this tournament. Yep. Sequence of plays here, Poe really considering it. His set Spell Trap is likely to be threatened, but this is a very strong hand from Poe. It looks like there was a Forbidden Crown from Poe's side. That's very interesting. It's a new card that we haven't seen. A lot of players kind of discounted it after its performance at the 300th YCS. We can see that Poe now has the Ray and the Rose in circulation. Nathan Kost now having to try and navigate through this field. Ray also being able to special summon, tribute itself to special summon a Sky Striker monster into the extra monster zone. He proceeds with the Ketu Draco Tail. Is he able to add a card from, add a Draco Tail from the deck to the hand? And then because Poe has a monster, he's then able to fusion summon as well. So that looks like a, yeah, so he adds a Lucius. Now he's going to be able to attempt to perform a fusion summon. Is the Lucius and the Fallen of the White Dragon. Looks like the Secretarian Dragon is being summoned. Secretarian Dragon again is able to target a dragon and spellcast special summon 1 and then place the other at the bottom of the deck, so able to recycle your resources. So summons back the Lucius and puts back the Fallen of the White Dragon. Looks like Nathan is trying to amass a number of monsters to be able to clear off the board as much as he can. So, yep, Nathan reading Forbidden Droplets and what it's able to do. Forbidden Crown being a very strong card at ensuring you potentially get another turn by making a monster pretty much immune to any conventional way of removal. It does negate its effect as well, so you can use it offensively and defensively. so just checking the game state here, I do believe that Poe did use the effect of Zero to destroy Albaz. No. Yep. So looks like, as we mentioned before, Nathan's trying to amass a number of monsters to be able to attack over and clear as much of the field as possible, putting Poe down to minimal cards and go from there. And also noting that Poe really doesn't have much to go for, and this Blazing Cartesia is to return at the end of the turn. Giving Nathan another point of another card as well, so it is looking quite rough for Poe. Yeah. Poe draws the turn. I believe he just drew another spell card. He extends a handshake, and there we go. So Poe is unable to take a win this game. We'll try and bring Nathan on for a post-match interview in a bit. So stay tuned. We'll give him a second to breathe and then go from there.
at the moment, and I will have a go at like not have a go at every format, but I'll come in and out, and I just happen to come in a good one, and I've been playing for like maybe the last 4 months or something. Like when Draco came out, I started playing. We bought like boxes, and I really liked the deck, so I just straight away played it over Yummy, and so yeah, I've just stuck with it. And
we have do apologise for audio. I know it's awkward, but yeah, we can just keep talking for a bit.
So like.
Alright, cool. We're back. Sorry, like I said, congratulations on winning round 3 of the feature match. How are you feeling after the match?
Oh, feeling great. Like I said, I don't know if they heard this, but yes, feeling good. I ended up winning pretty easily, but like I said, Poe's a great duelist. I won easily, but he drew bad. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, he drew bad. He just passed. Unfortunate. And then game 2, like he loses to an imperm. But yeah, like I said, Poe's a great duelist. He'll be back, and I'm sure I'll see him in the top tables at the end of the day.
For sure. And like I mentioned to chat earlier, you guys are both considered titans in the game. You've been here for a long time. You guys have also managed to take breaks and come back in and out of the game successfully. What keeps you coming back to the game?
I love the interaction of the game, and I think like Draco the Tail has that interaction so well, especially in the mirror. Like I love the fact that it's sort of like a puzzle. Like you push through their board, and you can crack them and kill them. But I really enjoy just like the puzzle and the interaction of the game, and that's what always brings me back.
Yeah, and what's your game plan for the rest of the tournament? I mean, it's a 13-round tournament. It's not something we've ever played before. I guess it's our first time under these new rules. Has that changed your deck building or your strategy in any way?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I really like. I was trying to be fancy with Draco, but it's just not what you do. I think you just play well with that deck, and you try win. So I mean, some games are unwinnable, but that's just Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes. But my strategy was just make a standard deck and just try win, and yeah.
Yeah, what made you rule out all the other decks? Like, what was your thought process when you were choosing the deck for this event?
Well, like I said, I played Draco for so long now, since like Jush came out, so or Justice Hunters. So yeah, I really enjoyed the deck, and I was like tossing up between like Magistus for a while, because it beats like Red Sea and it beats Ash, which is really good. And some hands just like fold to those cards. Like but a lot don't. So you can just like play around it. You can search your Malulu, make sure you have the 5-mana Lulu before you activate Rahu, and then like negate the Ret Sea. So there's lots of like counterplay to that card. So I ultimately just went, these cards aren't as good going second, so I just want to play a deck that's better going second.
Right. And what about your friends in this tournament? Obviously, they're a good support network. How are they doing? What are they playing? Did you guys all come to an agreement with the deck and the cards, or is everyone just doing their own thing?
So I have 2 housemates that I play with, and one, they've helped me test so much, so thank you for them, Dennis and Fish. Fish is on the same deck as me, but Dennis is on his crazy yummy Mitsui pile, but that deck is insane. Like, it cracks boards like it shouldn't. Like, if you don't interact with it properly and you don't know where to stop that deck, the ceiling is so high, so he just keeps searching certain cards, and you're like, wait, you play this card? Yeah, so like, definitely one to watch out for. I wouldn't be surprised if he does really well.
Yeah. And as a veteran of the game, someone who's been around so long, and someone we know that always tends to end up first place in Swiss after a lot of our tournament, what advice can you give to players out there, like, returning new players, all sorts of that? Like, how are you able to be so successful all the time?
I think definitely have fun with it. Like, if you're not having fun, like, it's probably not the game for you. But I'm always testing with someone, so like if I'm going back to a tournament, just getting that practice in, make sure you know your combos before the day, and just I don't know, just have fun and just know your combos.
Yeah, and do you think taking like moderate healthy breaks, even year-long breaks, are really good for your mental health and your attitude towards the game? I know a lot of people can sometimes feel quite upset when a series of unfortunate tournaments happens to them. They feel like they're over-prepared and underperformed. Do you think that taking healthy breaks is overall positive for someone's career?
Yeah, I definitely think it is. Like, I think the older you get, sometimes you just have to because you have work and stuff. But I do think it's really beneficial because you go away and you think about stuff and you learn. And I do think that ultimately, yeah, I don't know. Just the whole point of the whole point of the game is to just like learn with your friends and stuff. But sometimes you do need that break. You need that mindset to get back to positive, and yeah.
You're right. Like you said, you know, when you're not, the most important thing is having fun. When you're not having fun, it's all right to take a break, come back. Especially, it might be a format that you enjoy playing as well. What do you think your favorite format has been since you started playing?
Since beginning?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I really did well in Zoo, so I would say Zoo was one of my favorite formats because of how successful I was at like national level and also at you know, regional, local, and LDS and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would say that was my favorite format because I did well, but that doesn't always mean everything. I love water format, like every MML format. You know that.
Yeah.
One of my favorite decks of all time. So yeah.
And of all the formats you have actively played in, what was your least favorite format?
I really didn't like that Metal Foes paleo format. I really don't know why, but I just felt like there was no edge anywhere, and I just couldn't get my head around it. Maybe I was just bad at it, but you know, you got to be bad at some decks, right? Like you have your specialties.
Yep.
Yeah.
And off the top of your head, could you recite the combo where you open Tierce and Gund?
Tierce Gund? Well, Tierce Gund isn't a combo really, but Tierce like Shadow Squad, probably, but I don't think I want to do it. It's a long
Tierce Dragoons. Tierce Dragoons, what are you doing?
Alright, Tierce Dragoons.
2013, 2014 MML.
Okay, we're going back there, are we? Tierce Dragoons. I don't know, back then it was like so simple. It was just like Pike and Gund, or like, I don't know. I can't even remember that combo. All I remember is like Lind end phase, summon Pike, discard Gund, get something, and then summon Turge, discard something, add something, you know, and then pop a card with Marksman, and then make a rank 4. Like, that was like the highlight of my day if I got to do that. So, yeah, it was great.
Yeah, and we've come so far from then. For better or worse, up to people's opinion. Some people prefer the older stuff. But yeah, no, definitely a lot of fond memories looking back to those times.
I love it. Like, we had so much fun memories. Like, even Yaoi, you know, you enjoyed the game. We've versed at top level before. It's been great duels. But I have 13-round event. I'm really excited. I haven't played a 13-round event before. Like, we haven't had one, like you said. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Yeah.
We definitely wish you the best of luck to you in the later rounds, of course. I mean, you know what you're doing with your deck. You practice a lot.
Yeah.
And hopefully we see you maintain the momentum and finish strong day one and play out day two.
Thanks.
All right. this round we have Kurt Renshaw from about 2 hours south of Sydney against Christopher Burgess, who is about 2 hours north of Sydney. So, you know, people on either end of so familiar faces here. We've seen Kurt playing a Crystron, Horus as a Dark Magician deck. So I believe he's playing the Dark Magician of Destruction from the new set Maze of Mortes, which opens up lines of play, allowing him to summon Red Eyes Dragoon. So that is very interesting. Whereas Chris is playing the Draco Tail branded deck, but he's also put in the Magistus cards that we haven't seen just yet. Yep, so we can see Chris open up with the Spenta. So Spenta discards itself to add a Magistus monster from the deck to the hand. And you know, the Magistus cards are all spellcaster monsters, so they pair well with the Draco Tail deck, which relies on monsters and spellcast and drag monsters. And then that we have Zoroa, which is able to equip a Magistus monster from the extra deck, and then when it does, it can special on level 4 spellcast hand or graveyard in defense position, so it's going to be the Spenta. Yep, so now we can use those two to perform a Synchro Summon. The Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon, which can banish itself to special summon a Fallen of Albaz or a level 4 monster that mentions it, and if it's in the graveyard, you can target a level 8 fusion monster and one card and shuffle them into deck. So now we see it access the Fallen of Albaz engine, summoning the Fallen of the White Dragon, which we've seen before, special summon. Of seeing other cards, we do see a Magistus Synchro monster and equip the Artemis. Artemis being the original Magistus monster we got way back when. So we'll try to get the timer up at some stage. Yeah, so we can see that this deck doesn't play too crazy into the fusion space like we've seen in past days. But now he's gone to the Arthurelian plays. Arthurelian able to add cards back to gather more resources. It looks like he is leaning more heavily on the Magistus engine. Yeah. So we do see that their boards aren't as heavily as strong as what we've seen with the branded decks, with a heavier branded deck. Oh. Yep, so we've got Kurt just verifying all the cards that are known. Kurt won't be able to use Link monsters, which is quite huge in this matchup. It's in the graveyard, you can target a Magistus card, you control, destroy, and special summon this card, but it won't be able to equip again because that requires a Synchro Summon. Yeah. And it seems like Chris is just constantly going, having that Gulamau now as well. Going. Starts with the Foolish Burial, very powerful limited card. Good way to get the deck going. But again, being locked out of Link and Xyz monsters is going to be rough. He chains the original Sinful Spoils as well. But there is that Draco Tail Flame. Yeah. Flame being able to negate a spell card on the field, so that's now circumvented by Forbidden Droplets. A very nice interaction, be able to send both the spells to be able to negate up to 2 cards on the field. Yeah. And Chris won't be able to respond with spells, but I think at the stage it's fine. So he's negating both the both fusion monsters, but there's still two more set spells and traps to interact with. So you got the Diabell Star, which we discussed earlier. It's what players are using currently to summon the Dark Magician of Destruction. Yeah, we can here see that was a Tristaris that was sent to the graveyard. No, that's not just. There's Ash Blossom on the Draco Tail's Sting, which is incredibly powerful at cutting off their effects, but we do see he's attempting to activate the effect of Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon. So Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon's able to banish it and special summon form from Albaz. It does summon the form of the White Dragon. Right, we see the Diabell Star, discarded Diabell Star to special summon itself. And that set the now we see another Draco Tail. That's all 3 Draco Tail traps being having been seen. Draco Tail Horn being able to return to the extra deck or the deck the Diabell Star. Having access to all of those traps is incredibly powerful. Now we see the Deception being played. So Deception tributes a monster in the field or hand and then adds an as a Nina card from the deck to the hand. Again, we see how different going first and second is. He adds the Hallowed Azamina. The Hallowed Azamina reveals a fusion monster from the extra deck, and for every 4 levels it has, you can send a Sinful Spoil from the hand or field to the graveyard, and then special summon the revealed monster. So, see what he... So, yep. He'll need... So it looks like he's trying to summon Ilya Sylvia, which I believe is the Omni Negate of the deck. And then Christopher has his point of interaction now. No, he uses the Australian to be able to return that. Nine, 10 cards on the field, with a lot of his cards that only do not generate a lot of card advantage. Is quite rough. Looks like Kurt is passing back to Chris. No. Oh, the chain has not resolved. Yeah. Yeah. So Kurt proceeds. Hallowed Azamina is in the graveyard. You can shuffle back the Ilya Sylvia and then adds it to the hand, but it's going to be hard because he doesn't have any other Sinful Spoils cards to be able to send at the stage to use its effect again. Now we see the Crystron portion of his deck. We haven't seen the K9 portion of his deck. We've seen two of the engine pieces. Continuing to see the Tisk Tyven, I believe its name is. You banish it from graveyard, add a Crystron monster from deck to hand. Now he's tapping into the Horus part of his deck. He's got King Sarcophagus, so they can send cards from the hand to graveyard to be able to send Horus monsters from the deck to the graveyard and just summon a lot of strong monsters. That was it. That was the Smigger. Now he's sending the Imseti. He also has the Crystron Inclusion, a very powerful card, which now back at 3. So when it's activated, you add a Crystron card from the deck to the hand. And you banish it to special summon one from the graveyard. So this Horus Azamina Crystron deck has an incredibly high ceiling when it's able to play. And I believe that's a move Ricielgo, I believe that's the name. No. So it's interesting to see that while being locked out of Link and Xyz, well, realistically the Xyz material the Xyz monster should have been sent to graveyard upon negation of the monster, but we do see that Kurt's able to navigate through this and play fusion monsters. Now we see the Sulfador returning. The deck, when it's able to play, is able to summon a lot of monsters. Sorry, that was the Dark Magician of Destruction, sorry. Now using the Tristaros and the Sulfador, so the Crystron deck's able to summon a lot of powerful monsters, such as the Skeletus, which is able to add a Crystron card from the graveyard and management to the hand. You see a lot of monsters being summoned on either end. You got a lot of monster interactions about to come up, which is a very good sign of healthy gameplay when you're using monsters to attack over other monsters. And he was able to get the Crystron Cluster, which targets a face-up card, or you can target two if you have a Crystron Synchro monster. So you shuffle the Crystron from the graveyard or banish to the deck, and then you destroy the targeted cards. It's just incredible the pace of decks these days, how they're able to push through so many cards, and once they get to play, they're able, the world's available to them. So we had Tristaros to be able to destroy their Skeletus, and then special summon two Crystron's from the deck. And you can see how much these decks can be pushing. He's playing, I believe they're both Sulfanirs. That's interesting that there's two copies, and when they're destroyed, they can throw some more Crystron monsters. So the deck just is able to tap into all of the cards in the decks incredibly well. And to be able to see it push through all these cards is huge. So now we just have a full board of monsters against full board of monsters. You can see that Skeletus attack over monsters, which you normally wouldn't be able to do, and it pushes for a bit more life point damage as well. Every point of life point matters, especially in close games where sometimes you might lose your card advantage, but you're able to then switch to a game plan where you just close out the game while trying to ignore as much of their plays as possible. And if this board gets broken, Chris is going to not only have to reconstruct his own, but play through all of Kurt's one, including all those potential interactions he'll end up with once he's been able to assess what monsters are still around after the battle phase. Both players taking the time here to be able to figure out what they want to do. I think every play is crucial at this stage. Yeah, he's using Skeletus to attack over the Australian with that 500. And yeah, I think this monster interaction, monster attacking each other is really reminiscent of olden day Yu-Gi-Oh, which we all loved. Being able to just have our monsters in our battle phases as a way to generate advantage, be a sign of what Yu-Gi-Oh used to be, rather than newer Yu-Gi-Oh where monsters are able to destroy each other with their effects and then attack directly. And now unless you wants to take one of his own. But it is another point of interaction that Chris is going to need to play soon. Yeah, there's another Forest wants to summon back just as a body to block, I believe. You're going to set 2 cards and hand it back to Chris, who's going to have to play through all of them. Please. To summon itself back as it was banished. But Kurt, yeah, using the Gaze of Tamice to be able to summon the Red Eyes Dark Trickery, and while it won't be able to destroy cards, it's still able to use Expect to negate. But now Kurt is opting to use a Crystron Cluster to be able to destroy both of Chris's cards. It's going to be incredibly difficult for him to come back from this position. Yep. So now using the other effect of Collision of the Dark Dragon is able to shuffle back a level 8 fusion monster in the Graveyard of Banishment and 1 monster on the field. Sorry, 1 card on the field. I think he's pointing it at the Star Dragon Infinity. And even in modern day Yu-Gi-Oh, it's quite challenging to see what whose turn it is on initial glance, because every deck has ways to play on their opponent's turn. And yeah, Chris just making sure he's got the effect of all the King Sarcophagus cards. Yeah, it looks like Chris is just going into game 2. So I'm taking a look into deck list now. Crystron, obviously a deck geared to go first. It is also incredibly powerful going second. I believe he wants to take out cards in which aren't as effective going second, especially when you have to play into your opponent's field. Crystron are able to generate powerful boards, and as we saw through a lot of card effects, so that's what they want. Chris, deck likely was already built for going first. He's going to take out some of the defensive cards for more offensive options. I can see cards like Crossout Designator going in to be able to stop your opponent's interaction, potentially defensive traps if he plays them, like Solemn Judgment as we've seen before, but I'm not sure that's a popular pick in this case. Side decking definitely being a very ability to have, especially in a 13-round tournament where you're not sure what decks you're going to play into. You have to be able to accurately guess you going first, what cards aren't used for you going second. You see that Chris has already shuffled up, he's ready to go. Kurt handing over his deck now. I believe Chris it's in his best interest to go first this game. Yeah, we see a hand of 4 monsters as well as the Fallen and the Dragon should he wish to use it as so. But again, we see the Fallen and the White Dragon start, sending, yeah, Albion, they're summoning Incredible Ecclesia. Yeah, we see this line of play multiple and we see an almost Lucius as well. Yeah, so with the Blazing Cartesia and the Lucius, it's going to be used to synchro summon the Magistus and equipping the Artemis. So now Kurt will once again be locked out of link monsters while it's on the field and has effect active. Kurt we saw was able to navigate through this with the Forbidden Droplets. And he's flying through his turn. And Kurt's still having the 5 mana as well. Well, with the Ash Blossom and the Urgula, we'll summon after Alien and be able to recycle further cards. Yeah, going first is incredibly powerful, especially when you go relatively uninterrupted. Yeah, Urgula also being able to set spells and traps on the deck as well. So once the engine gets going, it is able to do a lot. So we've got the Rahu Draco Tail, we've got to be able to summon further monsters. You can end on a Gulamel. We activate the Rahu Draco Tail. Push is taking a roll from the Magistus. Zorol, which effectively is just monster effect negator with its effect. Rahu Draco Tail is activated. Summoning a second after Alien. And now we see the suite of Draco Tail cards being set. So we've got the Horn and the Flame. And now he's going to special summon back Zorola Calamity, which is able to destroy the Artemis and special summon it. So now we can see Kurt again having an entire suite of cards on the field. He's got like both of the Draco Tail trap cards. He's got another trap card, and we'll see Kurt try to navigate through this. And again, we have the Fallen and Virtuous as well that we saw. So yeah, we've got 5 spells and traps, 5 monsters. Kurt was able to do it once. Can Kurt do it again? I see he drew what appeared to be a trap card. No, a monster. That's certainly a monster. Harpy's Feather Dust is certainly a very good start to this, but we did see the Draco Tail Flame before. Do we have the droplets again? We do have the droplets again. So he sends the Duster and the Sulfurious? Sulfonier? Yeah. But yeah, that's a very incredible way to start the turn. He has Draco Tail Horn as well that's been used. He's just trying to get as much value off his cards as he can before he loses them all. Hopefully, you know, Draco Tail Horn will be able to return to the extra deck and then place the Draco card to one deck and draw a card, hopefully draw into another point of interaction to make up from your spells and traps being all cleared out. Now he's going to opt to see what he negates with the droplets, and he chooses the Light and Dark Dragon as well. Oh. Signaling the Light Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon as well as the Lucius look like. But yeah, having droplets both games is incredibly powerful. Let's see if he has enough follow-up to push through all the monsters. He was able to do it last game, and we know how high the ceiling is. Crystron Inclusion, definitely a reasonable place to start. Adding any Crystron card from the deck to hand as well as being able to banish it later to special summon more Crystron monsters. He gets the Sulfador, and he uses the Sulfador to be able to special summon like the Sulfonier. And now he's going to have a lot of plays available to him. There's no way to interact with this. Sulfador now is able to use its effect to be able to destroy the Inclusion to special summon it, and then Inclusion then activates to be able to special summon the Crystron in the graveyard. So this whole setup is very synergistic, and he might just have a really good shot at breaking through the board. We saw that Tristaros gets sent to the graveyard as well. Yep, and this Crystron deck's just able to access all their cards, and if he has access to the horror side, that's even more powerful monster than he gets on. And yeah, we can see, like in the previous game, Crystron but we see Christopher respond, being able to summon another Arthralian. And Arthralian trying to, in an attempt to remove both of Kurt's monsters. Looks like at this stage Kurt's realized he's not able to. He had a the cards he was given, but it's not enough in the end of cards that he didn't know. The Harpy's Feather Duster with the droplets was incredibly powerful at forcing out a lot of interactions early. Now going going to be able to go first for the first time in this match. And interesting to see what he will be able to do and what kind of interactions that Chris will have, and to see him navigate on the defensive. This match started not too long after the match, or the normal match round started, so shouldn't be too much time left in the round, but both players playing their decks quite speedily. I haven't seen either of them try to think too much about their plays. They've been playing at a reasonable pace to be able to make sure that we don't inevitably hit the end of match procedures, which is fairly detrimental to everyone. Shuffled up and ready to go. To get them ready for extension of plays later. Here we go, we do see a sarcophagus monster, so with the Deer Bastard is going to be able to activate, and I believe it will set the deception. And these plays so far have dodged even in the draw phase. It will set the Azamina spell instead. We've seen Imseti as well, so Imseti being used to discard the Crystron to be able to add the King Sarcophagus. And we've seen when this deck is just able to play, it's just able to summon quite big bodies to be able to wall up or push for a lot of damage. Well, if he already has two of the forest monsters in his graveyard, so that was a Duamata. We see the Ghost Bell from Chris, which is able to stop the Crystron Sneaker. And now what we're going to see Kurt is just summon back all the Imseti, the Hawk, and the Duamata. happy. But yeah, there's not much further he can do through that Droll and Lockford and the Ghost Belt. You see a rank 8 play. Looks like the number 90 Galaxy Photon Lord. 3,000 defense. And when your opponent activates the card, when your opponent's monster activates effect, you can do patch 1 to negate and to just negate it. And if you have a Galaxy card, you destroy it. But unfortunately, it would just be a negate at this stage. That's looking like the best he can do at this stage. Whereas Chris has access to a Spenta. And he's going to be able to add the Zora, as we saw in game 1, and play from the Zora, then being able to equip from the extra deck to itself. Might just be hoping that's enough. And we got the Fallen of White Dragon though, so and we did see the Ash Blossom and Kurt Tan to be able to stop that, so he won't be able to summon the Incredible Collegiate from it. And we'll see what he does now. He does have 2 level 4 monsters. With the Zora being a tuner. Oh, reconsidering his options here. Yep. Got on Kurt managing, maintaining the game state, making sure monsters were back where they were. Chris going for the Branded Fusion, card that we have not seen him play in either game, so it's incredibly powerful at this point. Sending the Pan and another Fallen of White Dragon. Yep, and then something, I believe that's and it can attack monsters up to the amount of materials used for it, so incredibly powerful. And the Pan is able to destroy the Galaxy Photon Lord, which has 3,000 defense. Instead he was used to send the T2. And see Chris play, banishing the Spenta to be able to equip the Artemis. He has such Rowley. Rowley also a card we haven't seen in this match yet, so if it's a face-up card on the field being used as a fusion material, it can be treated as Alistair and Evoker, and then it's this card added to your hand, you can go summon it, and if it's normal summon, you can fusion someone with Magistus or invoke fusion monster. That's what we see. See the summon of Ragnar. It's able to equip the Beltart to itself. Again, it's also able to send a face-up Magistus monster card together to negate the monsters. moving on, Chris ends up with the Secretarian Dragon as well. He's going to be able to push for a lot of damage. Oh, that is correct. That's right. Blender shouldn't be able to be used for the fusion summon, so we'll see if this is picked up by the judge. Yep, looks like the judge or someone was able to pick this up, and we are going back to the previous game state. So it looks like Insectralians are all going to be used to fusion something. What looks like a YS? And then just a Spell Spirit. Which is able to take control of the Diabellstar anyway, so it ended up, he still ended up with the Diabellstar and also gained 1,000 attack. His turn. We do know that in high pressure tournaments such as YCS, players are bound to miss effects such as Alvalenna's condition to not be able to be fusion summoned. Even judges aren't able to instantly catch some mistakes. Now Chris will end his turn. He has the Fallen and the Virtuous as a point of interaction. Which he does activate to be able to get rid of the King's Sarcophagus, knowing how powerful it is, sending Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon. But now Kurt still has the Crystron portion of his deck. Yep, and having access to Crystron Inclusion again, we will see him tap into the Crystron Synchro part of his deck. I don't see Chris has any more points of interaction on the field, so he's either got to have something in his hands or that might be lights out. Yep. We'll continue to see him play. It looks kind of grim for Chris. I believe Kurt's going to be able to access his portion of the deck where he ends up with the Dark Magician of Destruction as well. So here he goes attempting some Ilya Sylvia. Oh. Yeah. After that sequence of plays, we do end up with Ella Skeletus on the field. Also the Ilya Sylvia, which is a point of interaction as well. Looks like Kurt's trying to pick up the pace, hopefully not losing to a potential double loss if there isn't enough time in the round. He goes, yep, destroys the inclusion using the Sulfador. Sulfador is then able to send wow, he's going real quick. He's going straight into that infinity to be able to take the Secretariat Dragon, and Chris extends the handshake. We did see the time in the round as well. So, as mentioned before, they started a little bit later than the official round started, so they did have a bit of time. But in any sense, even if that, I don't believe Chris would have been able to pull it through with that much time in the round. Yeah, so we saw an amalgamation of a lot of engines in his deck. We are going to, at some point, after Kurt's had a bit of time to have his wind sinking, we'll pull him over for a bit of a chat, see how he's feeling, his thoughts, and his strategy of going into the remainder of the tournament. He's got just over half the day to go. And we will, so yeah, we'll take a bit of a short break. We'll bring Kurt over and have a chat with him. Give me 1 sec. I've just been told that Kurt might not be ready yet, but we will try bring Kurt on as soon as we can. Kurt, bring Kurt, bring Kurt, bring Kurt. Yeah, so we'll bring Kurt over. Welcome back. We are here with the winner of the round 4 feature, Matt Kurt. How are you feeling after that round?
Pretty good. It was getting very close to time. Getting hit with draw and lockboat in that game 3 was really difficult, considering that I have 3 different engines I'd like to add. But I ended up going with that end play. It was kind of like do or die. I kind of knew he had draw. I had the urge in my head that he had draw. So I went instead of effect to try and get those cards on board, to try and push through whatever he had. I knew I had Ash in hand, so yeah, it was pretty good.
Yep, so with all the decks that people are choosing to play, why did you choose something, I suppose, that's a bit off the beaten track?
I ended up, so I love Crystron, but to today's standards, people are playing Crystron K9 a lot, and I just didn't enjoy the way of that playstyle. I always like bringing out my synchros, stuff like that. Horus has been very, very, very good for me. But the reasoning for me playing it is just because it has so many pushes through. Like, you either have to stop something or I get a negate out. Right. So a lot of push, but yeah.
Yeah, and what are your thoughts on adding the, I suppose, small Azamina package with the new Dark Magician of Destruction?
It's made it so much better. Just having ways to send my Crystron cards to grave, but either getting 2 negates or even 1 negate out of it, it's like, you have to negate this, otherwise I'm just going to have so much more.
And what was your game plan for the rest of the day? Are you well prepared against all the meta decks, or what's your strategy going into this long 13-round tournament?
Well, I built my side to pretty much get through those big matchups like Draco Tail, Radiant Typhoon, and Vanquish K9. But yeah, that's my game plan. Is just the main deck's pretty much built to push through a board, because I need to build a deck to go second. Like, if it can't go second, then what's the point of playing it? Yeah. But yeah, so having all those cards is what helps me.
Yeah, and is there a deck that you particularly want to try avoiding this time round?
I haven't had much testing against Radiant Typhoon. That's probably the deck I would like to miss. Like, all the other decks I've had a lot of experience with.
And in that match, was there any highlight moments that you look back on and think, I could have done something a bit differently, a bit better here, or?
So in that game 3, I did have kind of an issue with it was like at the beginning where I got drolled. I went to go inclusion to reborn the Smyger, where I think I should have made a zombie vampire to try and see if I milled something better. In the end, he did have the bell, so it wouldn't have really mattered, but I feel like I did make the better option in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, I think you ended up on the Galaxy Photon Lord and hoped that with the Ash Blossom would get you there. I think that's... Do you usually play with that mindset where you're trying to not lose, or you're trying to make a big risk play? What do you tend to lean on?
More trying not to lose. That's why I ended up going the Photon Lord line. But I kind of hoped that he had only 4 cards in hand. The Ash and the Photon Lord would hopefully be enough, which in the end it looked like it was.
Yeah. And I think looking back at if you could go resubmit your deck list, would there be anything you would change?
Probably put Lancia in my side deck. I've versed 2 Malice already, but I've won them both.
And maybe you don't need them. Yeah. And how are your friends doing this tournament? There are obviously people you've tested with and come along with. How are they going?
They're going okay. I think half of them are still maybe X1, XO. Half of them are kind of already in Genesis.
Okay. And is Genesis a format that you've dabbled into, or is it big in your local scene?
It is. It's slightly big in our Yu-Gi-Oh scene, but I'm not really the biggest fan of it. I just like Advanced, so I haven't done much of it. But it's a good... What's the word? It's a good...
And it's a good opportunity for people who want to play Yu-Gi-Oh in their own way or in a different way are able to play in that way. Like, we should all enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh in our own way, and if it's supported, then good for them. What about any advice you would want to give people who are either new or returning to the game?
Play a deck that you like.
Yep.
Don't just play the meta deck, because the meta deck might be the deck that you like, but if you like something more and you enjoy it, you'll play better with it.
Yep. No, that's good to hear. That's really good advice. And what I've heard from people today is that you should play stuff that you enjoy, and you'll probably have a better result. Or if your results aren't good, you'll at least feel better about it. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for having a chat with me. I wish you the best of luck in the coming rounds. And maybe we'll see you back later.
Hopefully.
Thank you. And here we have a branded Draco Tail mirror match. Both players are undefeated. Andrew was actually Andrew was second place at the YCS last year or the year before, I believe. So he's definitely proven himself to be able to compete at a high caliber, and is definitely trying to redeem himself and going for a victory. We see here he just opens up with Lucius to be able to add a Draco Tail monster. He adds the Urgula, wants to get that in rotation, and then proceeds with the Fallen of the White Dragon, sending Albion, which is going to be able to access the Fallen of the Virtuous later. So he's going through his plays really quickly at this stage, getting Ecclesia of the Dark Dragon into rotation as well, banishing itself. We've seen the sequence several times today, we'll see it several times more. Yep, we've got the Blazing Cartesia now. And yep, now he goes with the Phi Mana effect, using the Urgula and the Lucius to summon Arthurelian, and activating all of his monsters' effects. So Arthurelian adding back the Phi Mana, and then Lucius and Urgula will be able to set the Draco Tail spells and traps as necessary setting, and he picks Rahu. And looks like he's thinking on the Flame. Or he's just going past. Yep, he goes with the Flame. So wants to get as many of his cards into his rotation as he can. He does get the Ecclesia of the Dark Dragon back later. Yep, now use Rahu to go for a second Arthurelian. Now also has a pen in rotation, so he's using the effect of all three of his monsters. So you'll be able to get the full suite of Draco Tail trap cards with the Horn and the Sting as well. And each of these are able to provide a point of interaction and also draw on the cards. Yep, Blazing Cartesian, Arthurelian go into a Secretarian Dragon. Secretarian Dragon then is able to use this effect to special summon back the Arthurian. So this is a lot of strong monsters at this stage. Oh no, he chooses to summon Blazing Cartesia instead. And I think the Draco Tail mirror match shows a lot of how there is a huge discrepancy in going first versus going second. A lot of matches, especially at the last YCS, had huge influence on the player going first. And now we see Andrew just fly through his turn. With 5 spell or trap cards. 4 of them being at known points of interaction. See that Harrison just drew a spell card, not something you particularly want to see unless it's a very high impact one. Let's see if it looks like a Fallen of Albaz in his hand. He's setting it. Oh, he might just be going for a Contact Fusion play. And we'll see how Andrew chooses to respond to this. I choose to get rid of the Ecclesia of the Dark Dragon preemptively, likely anticipating this, even though it's a spellcaster. Special summoning another Fallen of Albaz, Fallen of the White Dragon, sorry. And now using Cartesia to be able to Fusion summon. That's a Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon. Which is able to send a fusion monster to banish one monster from the field. And if it also leaves the field during the end phase, it destroys all monsters the opponent controls. So, card we haven't seen this tournament so far. But yeah, it's, we see that Andrew is also going at lightning speed. Really, with the 4 monsters and 5 spell traps, might be very difficult for Harrison to try and play through this. I think we can see both Draco Tail spells in Harrison's hand. Along with what looks like Claw by the Grave. And see how he sequences his plays. He opens up with Rahu. And we see the flame. Which then also draws Andrew a card, so he might get into another point of interaction. A bit too quick, wasn't able to see what that was. Three spells and looks like a 5 mana to go in Harrison's hand. Can definitely see Andrew's had a lot of practice in the mirror match. He's had a lot of practice in going first, what he wants to achieve with his end board. Now Harrison plays the key too. And we'll see what Andrew has in response. Looks like it's going to go through to be able to search and potentially fusion summon. Yeah. Interesting to note that both these players opted not to play the Magistus cards in the deck. They're just going straight with the branded Draco Tail, which appears to be more popular in this tournament. They're probably of the opinion that having too many cooks spoils the broth, so they might want to go for something a little bit more compact and able to get through their rounds. Yep, so the key to resolves, getting the pen and using the pen and the Phimena. To summon his own Secretariat Dragon. And now he's choosing to use the horn on his own Secretariat Dragon, maybe just to draw a card as well. Harrison now resolving the effects of his 2 Draco Tail monsters. Looks like he's looking at his own horn. Yep, there we go. And he chooses Sting as well. I think Andrew's signaling the intention to use Mirror Jade, but I don't believe he can due to Secretariat Dragon. Right, Secretariat Dragon, Mirror Jade is a worm, so Mirror Jade will be able to activate its effect. Yep. Harrison continues using Pan to destroy Incredible Ecclesia. Next, what does Harrison have? Harrison has branded fusion. They're able to access another Fallen of Albaz series fusion monster using monsters from his own deck. Yep, common misconception. Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, is not, in fact, a dragon. Yep, just waiting for Harrison to resolve the branded fusion. Sending Ecclesia. No, it's Fallen the White Dragon and another monster. Summons Albion. And we've seen this play a couple years ago in the original branded decks. So upon being fusion summoned, he can fusion summon again a level 8 or lower fusion monster by banishing fusion materials on the hand, field, or graveyard. Yeah, and now we see Andrew respond with Sting to banish, cut off the key to for sure, and the Fall on the White Dragon. Drawing a card as well. Unable to play through that suite of trap cards and the looming Mirror Jade, Harrison concedes game 1. It was always looking grim for him from that game, taking on all those monsters, having had that full suite of trap cards from Andrew's side. Harrison now gets to play going first, so if he's able to establish a similar field, he might be able to bring this to a game 3. Yep, so now, like I said before, we're in round 5, over halfway through day 1. It's still anyone's game really, even if you're on the top table, because there's 13 rounds of Swiss total. 9 of them today, so even if you're undefeated currently, you still have to perform quite solidly throughout tomorrow as well. It's definitely a game of endurance to see players be able to not wear themselves out. It's important to stay hydrated, stay fed, to be able to have the greatest chance you have to maintain high levels of gameplay. Like I said, Australia doesn't really get many opportunities to play these long tournaments where they have to work on their endurance. Traditionally, our regionals are 7 to 8 rounds, sometimes 6 in smaller places. Our states can go up to 9 rounds, but even then, that's still only 2/3 of the way of a 13-round tournament. And as I mentioned, Andrew's been to the finals of the YCS in the past, so I'm sure he's here to chase the win and redeem himself for his performance last year. Both players shuffled up, and we're going into a game 2. Let's see what they have. Andrew has, I believe that's a Molchami at the very least. And there we see the Forlos. And that's just sort of the cards you're looking at when you're going second, a way to potentially slow down your opponent, limit the amount of monsters they can special summon, and hopefully force them to commit to a smaller board, which is comparatively easier to break through. Harrison has an Urgula, a Rahu that I can see. And he opens up the Rahu. But that gets met with the Retaliating Sea, which is huge. We saw a couple rounds earlier how much work the Retaliating Sea puts into the matchup. And as we had Kurt say last round, like the Magistus cards is good into the Retaliating Sea, which is why he, sorry, no, he was playing the Krishnan cards, which is good into like Retaliating Sea. So he's opted to identify what gets played in the meta and play around it. Retaliating Sea being very popular, knowing that Draco Tail is one of the most popular decks. Yeah, the Retaliating Sea really does make you think about your sequence of plays. Without it, it's easy, but with it, it's what resources are you going to cut yourself off? What do you do from here? You can see a Lucius. And it might be the Urgula in his hand as well. Yep, so there's Arthurelian. He gets a draw off the 4-loss as well. Andrew's in such a strong position right now. So that was a Mercuria that was used. Yep, so Arthurelian is able to return the Retaliating Sea to the hand. And Harrison has access to Kichu as well. He's opening both of the Draco Tail spells like last game. And Andrew just opting to use a Retaliating Sea again. So just verifying that it's not a once per turn effect, I believe. Yeah, so there is no once per turn clause. And yeah, that is it for Harrison. Andrew Udell takes the match quite decisively, having an incredibly powerful turn 1, and then game 2 he's able to just have Retaliating Sea just win the matchup on its own. It's incredible. Yep, so we will bring to me for a second. We'll give Andrew a bit of a break, and then we'll call him over for a post-match interview. So yeah, just give us a bit. That was a very quick match as well. Yeah, so we'll bring him in shortly. More than halfway through the day. We've just got 4 more rounds to go. We're still fairly early on, 2:30 in the afternoon. Players are probably starting to reach a bit of a fatigue level, depending if they've had time to eat or drink, but some matches can go quite long, and it is an endurance game. So yeah, we will cut to a really short break. Don't go anywhere. We will bring Andrew here for an interview. So welcome back. We're here with the winner of the round 5 feature match, Andrew Udall. Yeah, how are you feeling?
Pretty good. A much better start than last year's YCS, being able to go 5-0 instead of 4-1 at this point. So I'm feeling pretty confident right now.
Speaking of last year, you managed to make it all the way to the finals, get second place, was unable to get that win. Are you here for redemption? What has your last 12 months been like?
100%. I mean, especially after a really shattering Oceania Champs where I was out in round 5, just unfortunate situations. I'm really hoping to redeem myself in another high-level event such as this YCS and hopefully get the back-to-back top and somewhat maintain a 100% topping record would be amazing.
And how much practice did you put into this event? Like, when did the training arc start?
So it was a little bit weird when we hadn't had a ban list for quite a while, but once we had the ban list, like 6 hours plus every single day, just constantly testing, whether it be testing with myself, doing test hands, trying to find lines, find like interesting tech choices, lots of testing with people on my team, people outside as well, just lots of theory, lots of just getting in games, especially in a format that has, well, maybe not in this match, wasn't shown as well, but the mirror for Draco is generally regarded as a very skillful match, and even this format is a very skillful match, so just preparing so I can have that edge over my opponents.
Yeah, and looking around the room and what you've seen, has the ratio of decks been quite similar to what you anticipated and what you practiced for?
Yes, I was really happy with my list going into this event, and so far it's been performing really well. The choices have been working really well. I have had a lot of rogue, actually, fun enough, leading up to this. This is my first main like meta matchup, but my deck, it's built for the mirror. It's built for like the top decks like Vanquish Soul, Radiant, the Yummy variant. So I'm feeling pretty confident into those decks, and also Draco just naturally being a good deck going second, it can deal with a lot more of those unusual decks as well.
Yeah. And is there any particular deck you're not wanting to see this tournament? Like, is there anything you feel like you could have prepared a little bit better for, or something along those lines?
It's not really a deck, it's more a card. That deck is it's very scary to play against going second.
Yeah, and it's definitely not I don't think in my walks around I've seen too many of those, so I think you're doing all right. What's your game plan for the rest of the tournament? More than halfway through day one, you've got 3 more rounds tomorrow, 4 more rounds tomorrow. What's the plan of attack?
I mean, just take every match as it comes, try to do my best, make sure I'm just focused, locked in, making as minimal mistakes as possible, hopefully none. And then after that, good rest, and hopefully we'll be able to get to day 2 tomorrow.
And then, considering you're resting tonight, does that mean you guys are partying hard tomorrow night?
Potentially, we'll see how it goes depending on the results for today.
And no, as someone who's made it to the finals of the YCS before, what advice could you give to new or returning players who aspire to be able to make it that deep into this tournament?
Practice. It's all about practice. You can be new to the game, but we've seen countless times by players. I think Julian Khan is a great example of players who are able to just do really well on not having hardly played, right? If you just practice, you work really hard, you can do really well, even if it's your first YCS.
Yep, no, that's really good advice, and we wish you the best of luck. Again, you made it to the finals last year. You've shown that you are capable of making that far. Maybe we'll see you back there this year.
Hopefully, fingers crossed.
All right. We'll be back shortly with another interview with a special guest, so more to be revealed shortly. Welcome back, everyone. I've got a special guest here. Please introduce yourself and what you've done.
Hi, so I'm Michael. I got second place in the World Championships for Duel Links Rush Duel.
Yep. Very impressive finish. How much, TCG do you play relative to something like Rush Duel?
I don't play too much TCG at the moment. I used to play back in the day, but now I play retro Yu-Gi-Oh! And mainly Duel Links at the moment.
What got you into Rush Duel?
So I was playing Duel Links, like Speed Duel from when it came out, and then when Rush Duel came out, I thought it was a nice, like, new way to play Yu-Gi-Oh!, a fun way, so I just got into it and have been playing since then.
Yeah. And are you still really actively involved this year? Are you trying to make it back to the World Championships?
Yeah, hopefully I can make it back this year. There's a GR festival in a few weeks' time, so I'm trying to get a good result in that one too.
Yeah. And what's your favorite part of Rush Duel relative to, I guess, like TCG?
I guess Rush Duel, like the mechanics are so much different. There's multiple normal summons per turn, so there's a lot of different, like, not combos, but different ways to use like tribute monsters and stuff like that. So it's a nice, like, unique experience compared to TCG.
And do you think a lot of it has to do with that you're playing like off an app in the comfort of your own home and you don't have to make it all the way out to like a physical store to play?
Yeah, it's nice. You don't have a lot of like loud noises. You can have it in the quiet of your own room, so it's you can concentrate really well. So I think that's a good a plus side.
Yeah. So with that, have you tried Master Duel, or is that something that's not within your interest?
I played a little bit of Master Duel when it came out. I just think the Rush Duel mechanics are really fun, and I'm kind of into that one more at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so what are you playing this weekend here, and how are you going?
So at the moment, I'm just waiting for the Time Wizard events, 8-player Time Wizard events. So
you're not in the main event?
No, not the main event. Yeah.
Okay. What about Genesis? Is that something you've looked into? You say you play alternate format. I guess some of the older ones, but do you play Genesis as well?
I don't play Genesis. I thought it was interesting. I like the point system with the 100 points. I thought that was cool. I haven't played it yet, but it could be something new to try out.
Yeah. Cool. All right. We wish you. Do you know when the side events for like Time Wizard open up?
Should be fairly soon. I think if we just get enough people to play, we can start those. So I'm looking forward to those.
And which one's your favorite format and deck?
Oh, I like Goat format, Chaos Turbo and Goat format.
Nice. All right. Thank you so much for having a chat with us. We do wish you the best of luck in your Time Wizard tournament, and again in your road to the World Championships. I'm sure you're chasing that win. Yeah. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah. 2026, we have our 2024 YCS champion Jason Huang versus Tony on the other side. Tony is playing the pure Mitsurugi deck, a deck which has had a lot of its power reduced due to the limiting of Habakiri. Jason playing the Vanquish Soul Canine deck. Looks like he's going first, has the Raisin. Raisin appears to be able to resolve. Very powerful. Vanquish Soul Canine is definitely a fairly popular deck due to it's not trying to just set up a lot of negates to prevent your opponent from playing, where it looks to set up a board and pick apart boards. So it feels like a deck which a lot of people aren't too unhappy to play against. So we see the Raisin add the Holy Sue. Now Jason thinking about what he wants to go. He goes immediately for the Holy Sue to summon itself. And then Holy Sue now revealing a Fire and a Dark to special summon a Vanquish Soul from the deck, but it gets stopped by Ash Blossom. Holy Sue, being a level 5, like as we mentioned before, is a very good bridge into the Canine engine, which requires a lot of level 5 monsters. And we also have cards like Jiaolong that we saw earlier in the round. Yeah, we see Jason go into the Ripper here. He wants to detach the Holy Sue to be able to try and get it into rotation again. Yeah. Yep, so we have the Ripper, we have the... Now we have the Jokel summoning itself out, and another Jiaolong. Jokel then gets to add a non-Aqua Canine monster from the deck to the hand. Now he has access to another rank 5 player, likely to be a Nash Knight. No, he goes for Princess Konkeri instead, which is an interesting play. Yeah, now uses land to summon it back the Jokel. Interesting decision by Jason. I wonder what he plays to pair with a Konkeri. He gets a case of K9. And yeah, so we have Tony's only point of interaction at this stage be Ash Blossom. He has a number of spells in his hand, which is not ideal. And we see Jason summon a Saryuja. This lets him draw 4 cards and put 3 back. So he's just using his engine to access as many cards as he can, fix his hand into, so put away cards that he no longer can use and keep the cards which is able to either strengthen his field or stop his opponent from being able to play next turn. Yeah, so again, Tony's hand has 1 monster and 3 spells. Mitsurugi does have a lot of powerful spells, but you are trying to get to the Habakiri as soon as you can. Yeah, it looks like Jason's decided which 3 cards he wants to put to the bottom of his deck. Using another effect of Saryuja to special summon, the Mad Love from the deck. Mad Love then being able to add a spell. I believe he's going to act... he gets the Snow Devil? Yeah, Snow Devil, which reveals up to 3 and then gets effects based off that. So, activates a spell. I believe it's the Vanquish Soul start. Just lets him add a different attribute Vanquish Soul from his deck to his hand, and that's a Caesar Valius. Yeah, he makes the rock using Saryuja. Rock then is also able to add back. So what you want to do is be able to have a variety of attributes in your hand, recycle the ones you need. Ultimately, to be able to set up the Seas of Valley is to be able to special summon itself by returning one non-dragon Vanquish Soul, and then by revealing 3 attributes, you can destroy one other card on the field, which is how it interacts with other decks. Looks like Tony's drawn for turn, hasn't drawn the exact card he's needed. He's really thinking through his play. And he starts his turn off with the Aramasa. So when it's summoned or tribute, you can add 1 Mitsurugi monster from the deck to the hand. So there we go, the Habakiri that we were speaking about, which was really pivotal in strategy and accessing the combo pieces. The card was so powerful, it was limited to 1. It was quite ubiquitous in the amount of power it put into other decks that weren't just pure Mitsurugi. Now we see the Habakiri come down, but that gets stopped by Ripper as it is an effective monster in the hand. We'll have to see if the 3 spells is able to put him through, and you see the Fallen and the Virtuous. Just able to send Albion to destroy the Vanquish Soul start, and then Albion's able to then set another Fallen and Virtuous later. Yeah, it looks like Jason is letting the start be destroyed. Next spell looks like a Prayers. That should be Ritual. So Ritual's live, being able to summon the Habakiri from hand by tributing 2 from the deck. And this is where Mitsurugi get a lot of the power from. So it looks like he's going to send Kusanagi and the Saji and trigger their effects. And this is how they recirculate all their power cards, with Kusanagi adding a card from the graveyard to the hand and Saji adding a spell from the deck to the hand. So he'll have access to Prayers in his rotation, as we can see, and then the Ritual back as well, Ritual not being once per turn. Yep, so now we see another Ritual, so he'll be able to summon from the deck by tributing from field. Jason thinking about what he would like to do here. Using Rock to add back Jiaolong. Now using Prayers, I believe he will look to summon Murakamo, tributing the Habakiri. Murakamo on special summon can destroy all monsters your opponent controls, or it can also activate negate one of your opponent's effects, or force them to discard a card. But at this stage, Jason looks like he's going to activate the Dust Devil, which can destroy all monsters on the field and inflict 800 damage to your opponent, as well as preventing his monsters from being destroyed by card effects. Yep. So there we see Snow Devil being able to deal 1800 damage as well. Fair amount of push. His Holy Sue is protected from destruction, and he still has a number of vanquished soul monsters in his hand. Caesar Valley's being one of them. With a number of his powerful spells gone, Tony's going to have to find a way to recover his board. I believe this is adding the trap card using the effect of the Habakiri that was tributed. Perhaps not. Sets 2. So it's likely the prayers and the purification. So Jason will activate Holy Sue, revealing 2 to be able to special summon. Special summoning the Raisin being able to further add a Vanquished Soul Monster, adding a Jiaolong. Returns the Holy Sue to special summon Caesar Valius, and now we'll use Caesar Valius to potentially destroy a Spell Trap. Yep, there, revealing 3, potentially destroy card, destroys the prayers, which is huge, as that's one of the power cards used to be able to extend your plays. Now he's returned the Caesar Valius for a Heavy Borger. Heavy Borger is also able to further your advantage by drawing a card, or it can push damage as well for 1500. Which is what he's doing. He's using it to push for some damage. Tony does have the Fallen and Virtuous now. And with just 4,700 life points, Jason is likely to try and find a way to close out the game as soon as he can. Feels like he has all the options available to him. Like, there he starts with another Raisin. Adding a Jiaolong. Jason just has so many cards in his hand. He's got so many options available to him. Now he's going to summon Caesar Valius back. So returning the other Raisin to his hand, summon Caesar Valius. Now he also has the option to try and destroy another card with Caesar Valius. Looks like in the open game state, Tony's activating the effect of Fallen and the Virtuous, sending another Albion to try and destroy Caesar Valius, but we can see the Holy Sue come down, returning the Heavy Borger, and it looks like Tony has conceded game 1, knowing that he will not be able to make it through this turn, values every moment available to him. Even though we have longer rounds, the complexity of game states can come into play later where you aren't able to easily figure out the ideal line of play, and you might need a bit more time. So in matches where you know you can't win a certain game, it is oftentimes favorable to concede earlier, as every one of those moments could be useful later on. There are countless times where we've seen people, had they had like an extra minute or two, they could have closed out the game, but without that extra minute or two, they just weren't able to complete the match in time. And again, with this structure, it is an automatic double game loss when we reach the end of the match, so that's not a position which either player want to be in, especially as both players have already sustained one loss and ideally need to end on only 2 losses. Looks like both players have shuffled up, handed their opponent their decks to cut, and we are going into game 2. I believe Tony will be going first this game. Opens a hand of 2 spells and 3 monsters, one of them being an Ash Blossom, it seems. One a pre-preparation of rites. I think that looks like an Aramasa. Starts with pre-preparation of rites. It immediately stops by Ash Blossom. Pre-preparation of rites giving so much card advantage to Ash Blossom sounds like an easy pick. We see the Aramasa get summoned, which is going to give him access to Habikiri again. So there was a Raigeki effect of Murakumo, but the Snow Devil was able to prevent destruction. Alright, so Tony's now able to have Habikiri in his rotation of plays. And he's using it So use Habikiri to summon Saji. Saji then tributes itself, and when that happens, he's able to add a Mitsurugi spell trap. He gets a Mitsurugi ritual. The Mitsurugi mirror. He uses just a Mitsurugi ritual he already had, tributing Kusanagi, and I believe would be another copy of Aramasa. Now you get to add another monster from deck to hand and then from graveyard to hand. So the ritual comes back. Activating again, tributing itself to summon Murakumo. So we saw this line last time, except this time he's going first with it. And then the Habikiri is able to add the Futsu and special summon itself back. Now we see the ritual tributing the Murakumo to summon the Futsu, and then Murakumo can also activate, adding and summoning itself back, so he will have the 3 big Mitsurugi ritual monsters. Looking at Jason's hand, I saw a reinforcement of the army. and 3 other monsters, it seems. Yep, Tony now activating a Mitsurugi prayers to be able to tribute Futsu. Takes 800 life points worth of damage. Futsu will also be able to special summon itself back. It adds another Murakumo. Prayer summoning back Kusanagi. Yep. It looks like Futsu adding another prayers. Special summoning itself back. Now Tony also has access to a rank 4 play as well with the 2 monsters. He can also make a rank 8 play should he wish. Yep, so we can see Jugaris, which is likely to use an effect to special summon from the graveyard or its effect to be able to draw into more cards. He's going to be able to draw. Yep, looks like they're just clarifying the game state here. Yep, now he uses Jugaris, detaching 2, draw 2 cards, and discard 1. We saw last game with Jason using SHUEISHA, all these cards used to fix your hand are very powerful. Just to be able to get rid of cards that you no longer need and keep, hopefully, cards you've drawn into which will have high impact on the game. Now he uses Jugaris and the Habakiri to make IP Masquerena. Another point of interaction the opponent had, and Futsu can special summon back monsters. Murukamo can also force either negate or force your opponent to discard a card, none of which are ideal for the opponent. And then Jason draws. Can't particularly see what he drew. Jason thinking through his options, seeing if he is able to break through this board. There's potential trap cards. He's likely to assume it's Purification and a Prayers.
thank you very much for your patience here. For those of you who are joining in, my name is Chris. You will have seen me chatting and responding to all of you. I apologize for continued audio disruptions. I'm hoping that moving forward we will have this rectified for the rest of the evening and we won't be running into these issues for the rest of the event. Once again, I apologize. Thank you very much for your patience and understanding. And we'll be back with you with the next round very, very shortly. Thank you. Again, thank you very much for your patience, team. I appreciate all the suggestions that you're providing at this point in time. Thank you very, very, very much. And again, we appreciate your support and patience.
Give us a moment to clear off the screen as we. Yep. Alright guys, as I was saying, welcome to round 7 of YCS Sydney 2026. We haven't updated the information on the screen just yet. We'll get to that as soon as we get a moment. We have currently Jackson Rolf against Maxime Ogui. Maxime is playing the new Magnet Warrior deck, while Jackson is playing Vanquished Soul Canine, a deck that we've seen a number of times before. It appears that he has won the die roll and starts with his No Roy. Yep. And then No Roy special summoning the Azuna, and then Azuna sending Lupus, and then making Ripper detaching to be able to add a case of Canine. Sorry, add Jokel. Jokel has been activated, revealing another Azuna, special summoning them both, giving Jackson access to another rank 5 monster should he wish. Now he's got Lantern summoning back the No. Yep, sorry, we'll just get the names updated once we get a moment. Yeah, we see Jackson just fly off with no interruptions at this stage. Yeah, using the noise effect to take a look at his opponent's hand, just reading the Magnet Warrior cards, having not seen what they do. There's a lot of new Magnet Warrior cards. They all have very unique and different effects. From what I saw, that was the Sigma Plus, and it was likely the obvious pick to put away. We see Saryuja. We saw last round how good it was with Jason being able to draw 4 cards to see what you might need, and then put away cards that you can't use anymore. Yep, and now we see the special summon of Raisin giving him access to the Vanquished Soul side of the deck, and we can see that Maxime just immediately concedes, trying to make the most of the time left in the round. Understandably, with Magnet Warriors, them having a lot of new cards, you're going to get into situations where both you and your opponent are clarifying effects at all times. And with the Beansmith engine, we also know that their sequence of plays tend to go on for quite a while. So every moment counts, and these are combo-heavy decks. Jackson taking game 1 really quickly with no interruptions to his field. And I'm not entirely sure if Jackson has prepared for his Magnet Warrior matchup. But it will be interesting to see how this goes. Hope we can see some Magnet Warrior in action. It's a bunch of new cards. We'll get into some of them. The big one being the Conduction Warrior Linear Magnum Plus Minus. So special summon them by sending 2 Magnet Warriors with the original level 4 lol from your hand deck or field to the graveyard. And then you can target one other Earth monster on the field. It gains half its attack and is destroyed and sent to graveyard. You can add it to your hand. So it sets up your graveyard with a number of other cards. The Sigma minus, when your opponent, when an attack is declared involving 2 Earth monsters, you can negate the attack. And you can reveal in your hand to fusion summon fusion monster using rock monsters in your hand and field, including this card. And if it's normal summon, you can 7/1 level 8 Magna Warrior from your deck to the graveyard. So, we see them side maxing, giving his deck a really good shuffle and cut. Both players with a respectable 5-win, 1-loss record. They're both definitely in the running. Even if they lose, they're still in contention of making the top spot. Let's see what Maxime opened. And are we going to see a Charmy? I do see a Droll and an Ash in Jackson Tan. Those are very good cards to generically play if you aren't familiar with your opponent's strategy and hope that it does enough to allow you to live to your turn. Yep, we can see him start off with the Sigma minus. So you can reveal it, fusion summon, and using rock monsters from your hand or field, including itself. So he uses it and the Sigma plus to summon the Conduction Warrior Plasma Magnum. So the Conduction Warrior turns all monsters into Earth. And if it's fusion summon, you add 1 magnet spell, and then you can also send 1 level 8 Magna Warrior from your deck to graveyard and get an additional normal summon. The Sigma plus, your opponent must attack Earth monsters, and then while you control an Earth monster, you choose what monster your opponent attacks. So now we know that this deck aims to summon a multiple monsters onto the field, and combined with the Fiendsmith engine, just generate a lot of advantage on the field. So now he's using his effects with the Sigma plus special summoning back the Sigma minus, and then the fusion monster adding the magnet bonding. Jackson now has a drawn Lockbird, and I think he's going to hope that it gets him there. Here we see the magnet bonding, which gets stopped by the Ash Blossom. So that magnet bonding would have either been able to add a Magnet Warrior, add a level 8 Magna Warrior, or fusion summon. Let's see what he chooses to do now. He tribute summons Fiendsmith and Grave, attributing over the Plasma Magnum, and Jackson takes this opportunity to special summon Izuna. Maxime instantly concedes. Alright, so we have Jackson take on this match incredibly quickly. Maxime unfortunately wasn't able to showcase his deck. We might have a chat to Jackson. We'll find some things to do so that you guys won't have to wait too long for further Yu-Gi-Oh action. But please bear with us. We will definitely have a chat with Jackson and then go from there.
Welcome back everyone to YCS Sydney 2026. I'm joined here by Worlds competitor Bowden Temnick. He's been helping out a lot today behind the scenes, doing a lot of administrative work. We were hoping to get him on earlier, but we've had some limitation what we can do. Hopefully we can get him on later today. If not, we'll definitely have him on tomorrow. So there'll be a lot more great commentary as it comes. Thank you so much for joining us.
Happy to be here.
Happy to be here. And how do you feel not playing in this tournament and taking a step away?
I've been playing a lot more Master Duel.
Yep.
So kind of just a bit separated from TCG. I went to Master Duel Worlds with our current Master Duel World Champion, Herman Hansen, as well as Kostas Kostov, 2023. And I'm looking to go back hopefully this year with my teammates Honor Giza and Juhu, known as Korean in the Master Duel circle. Yeah, so should be good. Should be good. That's the main choice this year. I do still love TCG, but I wasn't as practiced as I would have liked to have been. So.
Yeah, and tell us what you've been able to see today through your walking around. Like, what's the deck to beat? What's the most popular deck?
Deck to beat?
Yeah.
Yep, the boogeyman in the room. I think it's Draco branded, coming quite strong. Maybe not in terms of wins. We did have VS K9 win 2 of the 300 YCS events. I think that is probably one of the crazier results we've seen come out of the 300th weekend. But mostly the decks you would expect, right? So it's like Radiant Typhoon. You still have your decks from prior, which is the Yummy variants as well. We saw Kamal win with that in the 300th YCS as well.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen too many of those float around today. Do you think people are a bit more apprehensive to play that deck?
I've seen less of Kamal's build, which was Radiant Typhoon Tri-Brigade. They do sort of all bridge into each other. I have seen a lot of variants playing the new cards from the Maze of Muertos set. So that was the Dark Magician of Destruction, as well as the Gaze of Timaeus with the Diabell Star, the Black Witch engine. So that utilizes the Diabell Star to get to Deception of the Sinful Spoils, which allows you to get to the fusion spell, making the Azamina negate, and having Dragoon on your opponent's turn as well. So it sort of insulates their board, similar to what Herald would do, maybe a few extra steps, but that's sort of the main goal of the deck that I have seen today. I do think we do have that on one of our top tables, actually. I've seen it floating around. So.
Is there any interesting, like, off-the-beaten-path decks that you've seen in the top tables as well?
The ones that I've been selecting the feature matches, so the ones that we have seen on feature, so we did have Magna Aurea. That one was doing quite well. A lot of new cards that came out in Burst Protocol, which is really interesting. I have seen quite a few Rocket decks popping up. They've sort of, gone the wayside as the tournament does progress. They have new cards, but some of the, the mainstay decks, Draco Tail, still so strong. The top 2 decks, I think, are leaning towards Radiant Typhoon and Draco Tail with some VS K9 spread around. We did see that on feature, taking a pretty defiant victory in that last match. So,
And there was also a DDD deck I saw in the top table as well.
DDD is another deck. And the amount of people that keep asking, can we have a feature match for DDD? There's a couple, and we're keeping our eyes out. They are in the X1 to XO bracket. We do currently have one, I think, on table 4 is undefeated. That would be Destin. So.
And I saw like 2 White Forest decks. I mean, Dino playing his pet deck, he did quite well.
That also got a bunch of new cards as well, so it can utilize
the Dark Magician of Destruction, right?
They have the new Azamina Quick Play that came out in Burst Protocol, I do believe. But Dark Magician of Destruction being a big one. Synergizes quite well with the strategy, gives you a few more options for your endboard pieces, which is always good. And Quick Play Summon Dragoon in your opponent's turn is quite strong, right?
Yeah, definitely. And someone like Dino, who's been able to pilot it for so long, he's played it for well over a year. You can see when he plays relatively quickly, knowing that his opponents are more likely to read all his cards.
Right? He hasn't had to change. Probably the sleeves are the only cards he had to change, or the things on his deck. So no concern there. So he's stuck with what he knows best, which is really that's how you have to approach tournaments like this, right? You have we have 13 rounds of Swiss.
13 rounds.
13 rounds cut to top 8. It's a big change of pace, especially for Australia. This is the first time we've played that tournament structure.
For sure.
So it's very different compared to what we're used to. Maybe a more deep top cut, top 64 we've seen for Oceanics at times, top 32 for YCS in the traditional sense. This is unique. We do have to adjust. So.
So back in the day, you could probably play a deck you think will, get you just enough wins to sneak into top cut, and hopefully your run is better there. But now the deck building approach is entirely different. You have to, build to be able to go further without losing.
So some people might take less risks, but then we have seen the more riskier strategies. They've sort of translated a bit better in terms of YCS results as of recent. We've seen 300th is probably the biggest one. People sort of wrote off Vanquish Soul as an inconsistent deck in the grand scheme of things. It does have a lot of moving parts. They sort of do have to deal with opponent interaction, right? Azuna is only doing something if your opponent activates a hand or grave effect. But what are the decks in the format?
And
Draco Tail
Yeah,
and or Grave
exactly.
Effects. So it sort of lined up well, and if the matchups go your way, I think top 8 is good with a consistent deck. But sometimes you take a crazy deck to a tournament and you can just beat everyone. It could be your day, it could be your weekend even.
Yeah.
And that still applies here now. It hasn't really changed, but you've got to sort of beat a few more battles than you would normally.
For sure. And so you as someone who's traveled to multiple continents to play the game, you've been more accustomed to playing these longer tournaments, whereas like I was saying that most of our regionals only go for like 6-7 rounds, maybe 8, and then our YCS is traditionally only went for 10, sometimes 11. Like, what is your game plan going into these very long tournaments, which not only test your game knowledge but also like your endurance and stuff like that?
I think obviously avoiding tilt is a big one. So being frustrated with your losses is always a concern. Sometimes I see people get frustrated with their wins actually because they might have made minor mistakes that they know they know better. Is their main gripe with the entire thing. I think the big thing is just having fun. You need to go to the event to have a good time. And if you go to the event and you don't have a good time, then it's obviously going to translate to poorer results in the grand scheme of things.
Right.
And I think the big one as well is, so as we mentioned, prior events have been 10 rounds to 11 rounds maybe. I feel like we haven't had an 11-round event in quite a while. It's been all 10.
I can't remember off the top of my head.
When you have those, you sort of approach it as like, that's a single part of the tournament, and then your top cut, that's another tournament, because it does turn into single elimination. However, now with the more shallow top cut at top 8, you're playing a longer tournament. As you mentioned, we sort of have to get through 13 rounds reasonably with an X2 record, maybe better. And then you have your top 8, which is another tournament in itself. It's very weird to translate if you really haven't put yourself into those shoes yet, I think.
Like I was saying, we don't really get too many tournaments in this part of the world. We get the main one, the YCS, in the first quarter of the year, and then we have the Continentals in like the second, third quarter. And those are the only really big tournaments we get involved in. And do you think that motivates players a bit more to try and do well because there aren't many opportunities for them to prove themselves?
I think you do see a few hungrier players than you would in other regions. Not to say that they don't exist. However, this is the one where you sort of you put yourself out there. You are trying to do the best you can because you know that next year it might be a different format. You might not be able to play the deck that you've tested at length. Obviously not everyone can be Dino and get to play the same deck that they played for countless events. You can sort of all in one strategy. You do want to do your best, and maybe this is the only chance you do have playing that strategy. So you do see people sort of gravitate more towards one deck. They sort of take a safer pick. You don't see as many risks because of the one event process, as you mentioned. I don't know, it's a big change. I had the benefit and the luck to be able to travel the world playing the game. Some people here don't have that, but it's not to say they're not good players. They just don't have the same opportunities to travel and play more events. So.
And can you touch on what it's like to play on the world stage? Like you as someone who's gone twice, what's it like? Were they
3 times actually?
3 times. Well, twice on the TCG. What's it like playing on that stage? What's it like playing through the Swiss round? What's it like playing in the top cut round?
It is very surreal. It's like you can't explain it. It feels so unique. It's your own sort of isolated little event. You're sort of locked in, and you really only have to worry about the people in the event. And those are all people that you're friends with as well. The world's experience is so fun. It's great. You get to meet people that maybe you wouldn't have interacted with before. Even we talked about Dino and Andy. They had such a great time at Worlds, and they're still in communication with the people that they met at the event.
And the camaraderie is built because they know that even though they're playing against each other for the title, they've all made it this far. They've all made it to the world stage on their own merit or luck or a combination of both, and you have that camaraderie built. Like,
that level of mutual respect. You understand the lengths that it took for you to get here, and you know you're playing at the top of your game. And these are people that are normally like-minded people as well, so you can find common interests that are outside of Yu-Gi-Oh too. And, and I think that's a big thing. It's just meeting new people, interacting with new people that you wouldn't normally interact with. Even some of the OCG players, I think Shane is probably the biggest testament to that. Shane is, lovely guy, and we've had people talking with him regarding OCG, Master Duel, just sort of trying to translate that back and forth. And this is something maybe you wouldn't have had the opportunity to gain without going to the World Championship and interacting with someone from Southeast Asia like Shane.
Exactly. And I like that it's a bridge between us and them. It always felt like their format and our format, but it could be it could be one where we learn from each other. can kind of understand their sentiments towards what we do and our sentiments towards what they do. Yeah. So what would be some advice you would give to people who are striving to make it to that level of competition?
I think taking it one step at a time is always the big one. I do see people where their end goal for Yu-Gi-Oh is to just make it to the World Championship.
Yeah.
And it took me, quite a long time. I was very relieved to do it the one time. The second time was just as surreal. The third time sort of fell into my lap. God bless you, Costa. But yeah, like I think just going at it one step at a time. It could be your day that weekend. That day, obviously. But yeah, it really does come down to, if you can have a good time at a tournament, that's great. If you can win at a tournament and have a good time, that's even better. And that's sort of the approach that I would take for Worlds. If you lock in and make that your only goal, then maybe you'll sort of work yourself into the mental
highs,
anguish, yeah.
But then you have lower lows as well, like when you don't do well and you stand up.
I think taking it one game at a time, one instance of Top Cut or Swiss at a time, it's always the best way to approach it. And then that way you can sort of not put as much pressure on yourself. And I think a lot of people sort of do neglect that. But yeah, we have people like Jesse Cotton who have been multiple times. Joshua Smith has been multiple times. And if you ask them a similar question, they'll just say, well, at this point it's a normal weekend in July, right? We're going to the World Championship. And I think after a while, once you get the taste of it, once you sort of just, you know how to get there again. But it's getting there in the first place is always the process.
For sure. And Jesse's here today, right? How's he doing?
I believe Jesse's undefeated.
Still?
That's good. So we did have Jesse has been playing a range of matchups from what I've understood. So we did have Jesse playing against Exo Sisters as well. And I think one of the other rogue decks that was, not on anyone's radar, it's eluded me currently, but I think he's doing quite well so far.
Yeah. And I understood there were a number of other players who wanted to have made it here, but due to unfortunate circumstances beyond anyone's reasonable control, they weren't able to make it.
Well, the other side of that coin is a lot of those people that did want to come here, they were people that have been to Worlds. And they're people that have made friends because of, their travel. Jesse especially. Jesse and I, we've been friends since 2018 Worlds. We played each other during Swiss. We traveled around Japan for a little bit, and then ever since then, we've just been very close friends. And by extension, Jesse's made friends in Australia from traveling here too. Yeah.
He's definitely someone who we've seen actually more YCSs than not.
YCS champion of Sydney, actually. 2023 with Terrelevant.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see if there's anything else we can put on, if we can find a secondary match to play. But otherwise, thank you guys for tuning in. We will be back shortly. Hopefully we can get them on the table at some stage as well. Thank you, Scott. Oh, yeah. to get another pair of players who are about to commence the game 3 on the feature match. We've got Oscar playing the Yummy Azamina deck, when on red we have Rogan playing branded Draco Tail, both decks that you said were...
It's very funny we managed to find this unintentionally. Yeah, so Oscar playing a variant closer to what I think I was describing compared to what Kamal was playing at the YCS. Yeah. So similar vein, it's utilizing the new Dark Magician of Destruction cards, I do believe, as well as the Azamina cards with Diabell Star, the Black Witch. So looking for explosive turns. We're not entirely sure who is actually going first. It is a game 3 situation, so we'll know soon, assuming both decks would pick first in these matchups. So,
do you think there's a huge disparity in who goes first and second in this matchup?
I think for Draco Tail going first, it is quite good for Rogan, so it does look like he is starting. That is a Cartesia.
I do see, I think, 2 copies of Infinite Impermanence in Rogan's hand. They're not bad, but then...
So it's a new addition to the Draco Tail deck, coming out of the release of the Fallen of Light. We do have more monsters that generate extra bodies, which can be, you know, a concern for Draco Tail. They want cards to fuse with. So now they can sort of get away with playing cards like Infinite Impermanence that you know you can't really fuse with. That was the concern before. They would play Effect Veiler. But Infinite Impermanence is beating cards like the Wave King High Caesar, the DDD, that we'll see in Themesmith variants. It also does give you the option to sort of interact with monsters already on field compared to a card like Effect Veiler. So we're seeing that sort of come back into the fray. We see Oscar summoning the Cupsy Yummy.
Rogan's having Cartesia Veiler and not having any follow-up was a bit rough.
Well, it does depend on what Rogan has in hand. He might have an interaction on Oscar's turn here, being able to use the Cartesia. Similar sort of thing that we were discussing regarding the Imperm, with the Veiler only being used on Rogan's turn versus an Imperm that would be able to cut off the Cartesia in the draw phase. Be quite good.
Oh yeah, for sure. So I think I can see an Urgula and a Finina in Rogan's hand. Right?
Okay, so that's quite good here. But he's lacking a few extra bodies that maybe he would have had if he had hand traps like Effect Veiler or otherwise in overcards like Infinite Impermanence. That could be a concern for him. But we do see the Yummy Snatchy is currently at 1, so interacting with that is quite relevant compared to where we were at prior, with the Forbidden and Limited list having it at 3. So we're seeing Oscar with an additional Yummy name here, which is quite rough for Rogan. He would be able to return Cupsy Yummy Way, which is probably what he might end up summoning. So it sort of does interact with the Infinite Impermanence quite well.
Yeah, and the second Infinite Impermanence is not going to be enough, I think.
It does have diminishing returns in this matchup. Once extra bodies do hit the field, it can be quite difficult to sort of get value out of cards like Infinite Impermanence or Effect Veiler.
Yeah, oh, he's using
Cartesia being activated now. You see Droplet, okay. We've seen Droplet sort of come back into the form. Close the Draco Tail mirror match. We are beating cards like Dragon's Mind as well as Flame. It fits very niche interactions where you're able to take a card off the field as well and stop a negate or an effect negation.
Yeah, even as well as we've seen like Droplets pair with like Harpy's Feather Duster to be able to clear board. We've seen Droplets just be a very high impact card. And now it looks like he has full range of play here.
Yeah, so Oscar is just going off with all the free cards. So he summoned the Lollipo Yummy Way, summoning back the 2 level 1s, making Link Karibo going into what looks to be another Yummy Synchro here. It could be the Cupsy.
Yeah. Or if he wants to, he can summon SP if he wants.
He could, yeah. That is an option, definitely. However, it doesn't look like Rogan's presenting too much of a threat here. We've had the Cartesian negated, the 5 mana can be discarded, but it's not going to provide too much interaction against 2 Yummy names especially, well 2 of the Synchros. So. And now Oscar just needs to get the additional bodies to sort of push through Rogan's last line of defense here, and then the game looks to be in Oscar's favor, but anything can happen in Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is always a fun time.
Yeah, I mean, Rogan's going to need quite a draw. Like, what high impact draw could he have to be able to...
So, depending on what Oscar can end on, if he doesn't close the game now, so you can see he doesn't have the Yummy Minion, so allowing the 500 attack boost per Light Beast, I do believe. So that's making it quite difficult to close out a game. Maybe even just summoning an Arthur Lion with the 5 mana could be enough to sort of stifle Oscar's plans to take back the board, but Oscar is pretty much comboing uncontested here. He's doing, you know, everything that this deck wants to do. Just has to navigate the last set card. And with the 2 cards in hand that we can maybe assume one is a Draco Tail name, which we could see the Urgula. And we could also, you know, potentially see another hand trap. But at this point, I think we've checked for a lot of hand traps in this game state.
I think that I should see an Infinite Impermanence in Oscar's hand as well. Definitely a trap card in there. But yeah, in the Yummy deck, there's really not that many good points to flip the Infinite Impermanence.
Well, I think Rogan identified that if he lets Snatchy resolve, he's gonna have this sort of spot happen, and you sort of do have to hope that Oscar doesn't have another Yummy name in his hand. So that could be any of them. There's a wide range of them depending on how many Oscar is playing. Saw some lists playing, you know, around 8 copies with 3 copies of Cupsy, Marshmallow, and then 1 of each Lollipo and Cookie. But it does look like even if he did play that small amount, he drew them. So there's no concerns there. I think Rogan sort of played to the statistics more than anything.
Fortunately, Oscar hasn't been able to tap it as a meaner part of the deck, which I can see everyone wanted to see in action. It would have been cool if we were able to feature it.
It also does depend, because Rogan did go first, so there is a chance that Oscar potentially sided out those cards. They're not particularly great into an already developed board. They do interact quite poorly into a lot of the traps that Draco Tail does side in. And so it looks like a surprise here with the Marshmallow adding it back.
Now, into
SP, just trying to get rid of the last card. Okay, here's just building the end board, last line of defense, as I mentioned before.
Considering if he wants to activate it at this point.
Activating it now could be a concern because he'd be able to tag out the Yummy synchro that he does have on the field here. So I think Oscar just trying to secure the game state.
An Ash Blossom is not what Rogan wants to see off the top of his deck. So,
it wasn't a 5-minute, it was double Urgula. So he did need that Cartesia to resolve both times. Oscar identifying, hey, maybe this is all I need to win this game. I need to just negate it as many times as possible.
So that is the second feature match for round 7.
So we have Oscar moving on with a 6-1 record, going into round 8 here. Rogan still in contention for top cut at 5-2. Just needs to win out a few more games over the weekend. Should be okay for him. And he's come this far, you know.
He's come this.
But we have Rogan as well, runner-up at the Queensland State Championships last year, actually. So same sort of thing. We do have the state championship system in Oceania, similar to the European national system. So we do have some people that are putting up results in this country, maybe not to the same extent as Europe, but they're doing quite good. Rogan's one of them.
Sure, and we've got 2 more rounds today, and then 4 rounds tomorrow. I think the 4 rounds tomorrow, at least everyone gets a bit of a reset from tonight, depending who's a bit more responsible and tries to get a bit more sleep. Other people might be here, and they might be on holiday.
If you're traveling, you want to have as much fun as you can, as I mentioned, but within reason. You do sort of have to be well rested going into a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament for sure. Especially these longer tournaments now, where you're playing more Swiss rounds. Not to say Top Cut is any different, but Top Cut you can sort of take it as, you know, each round at a time. Swiss, you do that, but you still have to. The looming threat of a digital Swiss round just keeps popping up for you. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not something we've. With this, we'll get experience and people will know how to prepare for it a little bit better. I knew that last year a lot of people wouldn't turn up to day 2 if they looked at their records and felt they weren't in contention.
Well, we do also have the additional prizing now, I think is quite good. Sort of does incentivize you to stay in with records that might not have made, you know, top 8. You do now have the option to sort of go, you know, we have 13 rounds, 10-3 is a record that can land you a card trooper, sometimes maybe an effect there, depending on what else is going on. And I think those are great prizing. I think that they're amazing.
Yeah, definitely cards that people have wanted. Card Trooper being one, which is great if you like playing the Time Wizard format. A lot of decks played that. Effect Baylor being quite
it's playable currently. It's a card that people are playing in a lot of their decks. Just same sort of reason as Infinite Impermanence. Just more ways to interact on the opponent's turn is always good.
And also playable in a variety of Time Wizard formats that people enjoy playing as well.
Indeed, of course.
A card that's timeless. I'm sure we'll see a lot of it for many years to come. What do you think we should put on next round?
So I've been looking around. There are a lot of DDD players that have, you know, been telling me, hey, can you feature me? And maybe it's time for DDD. I know. How do you feel?
I'm happy to give it a spin. We'll see
what this round presents us, and then we'll have a look. What do the viewers want? I think is the big one.
Look, Viewers, whenever you put something not meta on, they're always going to say, why are we watching this? And then when you put something meta on, they say, why are we watching this? So I think we just go with what people here want.
We'll look for some fan favorites as well. You know, we got Rogan on the feature. As I mentioned, he came second in state champs.
Yeah.
It's always perfect. You know, and maybe we can look at maybe some of the other state champions from last year as well, sort of showcase them too. I think some of them are actually in the top tables from what I have seen.
Yep.
So it could be a good moment for them to showcase their talents on stream too.
Yep, all right, cool. We will take a break now, give players a bit of time to breathe, and then we'll find something cool to bring back for the next round. So, yeah, stay tuned for round 8, guys.
So we're back with round 8. We have Henry Lai playing what looks to be Yummy Azamina. It might not have been updated actually, so we might wait and see. If that does change, we'll correct ourselves. And we have Christopher Nickdow. So we have Henry, who's been a mainstay in the community for quite a while. You know, Henry, I think, tops every event that I see him play.
Yeah, Chris is not an unknown player. He does quite well in the New South Wales scene. I've seen him top quite a number of the state championships. I believe he came second one year. And,
yeah, I think he's also got a YCS top in the last year as well, maybe an Oceanics top too.
Yeah, I definitely have seen his name float around. He's never been able to secure the win himself, but he's definitely a name that's known in the New South Wales scene.
Plays a lot of innovative decks. You know, we see the Centurion sleeves. Could he be playing Centurion this weekend?
Yeah,
Maybe.
I think that was the deck that he used to top that state championship.
It was,
right?
yeah. So he, you know, a big favorite of his would be Centurion. I think the last time I saw him play, he was playing Yummy. That was a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Haven't really seen him around the local scene too much lately, so it'll be a surprise. Maybe it could be Centurion this time. That'd be fun to see.
Whereas Henry has always been the type of player who's going to pick the deck which he believes gives him the best shot at winning. He's always one of those players. Regardless of whatever he's doing, and in fact, all aspects of life, that's what he tries to do.
Henry values consistency over, you know, innovation, sort of going with a safer pick. What we discussed before, Henry's more of a safer player, maybe better suited for our previous tournament structure compared to this one. But we'll see how it translates. Maybe it does work both ways. So.
Yeah, definitely. And it's the second last round of the day. I think the nerves and the tiredness is sinking into a lot of people. You
bit of fatigue.
See them a bit more restless around the rooms as there is still one more round, and before we move on to day 2.
I think it's anyone's game for today. You know, they're running on fumes.
Yeah.
you know, you get an energy drink into you, maybe get some food if you're lucky, and then hope for the best for the rest of the day.
Definitely. And yeah, we still see a lot of big name players on the top tables. We see a lot of the standard decks we were expecting to see. We see a lot of cool stuff as well.
We see Andy Liu, I think currently on table 1 actually.
Yeah.
So that's our world's representative from last year, the Oceanic champion for 2025. We do have Dino Spazovsky as well, I believe, in the top 10 tables with his White Forest strategy. So it's something that we've seen, again, we mentioned it, he's been playing it countless times, and he's bringing it back, trying to get that win, actually.
Yeah, and Jesse Cotton, I think he was on table 3, still undefeated.
We did have Jesse as well. Jesse, I believe, is playing Draco Branded.
I'm not
from what I can understand, based on what I've seen. And we do have some other competitors as well. We have Freddie Camel as well, YCS champion from last year, currently playing on, I think, table 5 or 6. Yeah.
And then I also have seen Fox somewhere on the top tables. I've seen...
Yeah, I think Fox has 1 loss currently.
Yep, Jonah, who lost round 1, is still on the top table, so he would have won out. I think I saw Peter Mitrathanas.
I think he might have 2 losses currently, but 2 losses still can get you a top 8 finish. And, you know, worst case scenario, you can net yourself, as we mentioned before, that really nice effect veiler. Worst case, outside of that, Card Trooper, right?
Yeah, and it looks like they're ready to go.
The die roll.
Looks like the decks were switched up. Henry was actually playing the branded Draco Tail, and Chris Nickdow's playing
Pure Yummy. Okay. We don't see Pure Yummy that often, especially with all the new additions. We see a lot of people splashing other engines into those decks, whether it be Fiendsmith or maybe the Azamina engine.
Yeah, previously it was paired with the Mitsurugi archetype as well, so it seems to be a deck where its engine just synergizes well with other deck engines.
But that's not to say we see Chris here with a 6-1 record playing the pure variant, maybe opting to look at cards like Dominus Purge. I think is a card that people sort of neglect when they take the more mixed approaches.
I think I see 2 Ash Blossoms in his hand. Is that correct? There's a branded fusion. So he starts with the Fallen of the White Dragon, sending Albion.
Yeah, so this card, recent addition to the deck, amazing card, allows for quite a lot to happen, can be Ghost Spelled, because it does have the option to summon back from the graveyard with the incredible Ecclesia. And we see Henry popping down that brand of fusion. Will it get stopped? Does not look like it. So this will allow Henry to access the Dracotel engine if he doesn't have any of those names available, or maybe a way to fuse. So he would be able to send the Dracotel Frixel, and that'll get him into cards like Kitu or Rahu, and that'll allow him to continue playing and setting up all those Dracotel traps.
Yeah.
Yep, so we see the Frixel, and it looks to be another Fallen in White, which is namesake Fallen of Albaz. And we're going for Albion Sanctifier. So it's funny to see. I like to see Sanctifier in decks like this. You know, it's used for the traditional sense. Prior, we saw it used with cards like Gimmick Puppet, Now that's forbidden. Some of the pure branded decks play Eido the Supreme, but now we're using it. It's summoning. It's non-targeting. You can't fuse with it, so it does come up in a lot of these matchups where you can't super poly away the Albion Sanctifier, and it can also summon a monster to your opponent's side of the field, which might cause concern for cards like Evenly Matched. But might also give fodder for cards like Forbidden Droplet for the opponent. So it's something to be careful of.
Yeah, as you said, he's now got access to Rahu Draco Tail. He's going to be able to activate that straight away and continue tapping into all his Draco Tail cards, get them into his rotation. So he's able to just start generating a lot of resources.
I think that's the big joke between players of, oh, you have to Ash the Branded Fusion. Well, there was no Ash here. And we're going to see this deck play at full power, and we'll see what Henry can cook up.
I can see in Chris's hand he's got one Copsy. He's got a spell card, and one spell, 3 monsters, one of them being a Copsy.
So not amazing, especially into a board that's already sort of developed. So Henry will have a range of interaction, as well as having the option to add back cards with the Draco Tail Arthur Lion. Sort of just, creates a lot of concern for Chris here.
Yeah, was that Urgula in his hand? That was set?
Yep, does look like that. So I'm not sure which one came from him, which one came from deck, to sort of get an idea of maybe what Henry does have in his hand. Sort of looks like the Ash Blossom is still there.
Yeah.
He's going for Key 2 now.
Yeah.
We have Key 2 is also a card that was recently put on the Forbidden Limited list to the limited section. So you have to be careful with Key 2, I think, moving forward as well. You don't want to sort of, waste it and not have access to it on later turns. So wanting to recycle that with your traps.
Especially in the mirror match when they have cards like Draco Tail Sting to be able to cut it off as well.
Well, you are able to put back banished cards with your Draco Tail traps. So it's not terrible. It is just something you might have to, jump through hoops to achieve.
Yeah. We see the Key 2 now. And Purge.
It looks to be, Dominus Purge, yeah. So that's, as I mentioned before, so maybe Chris is looking to play the pure Yummy version as opposed to maybe one of the more expected versions. They utilize attributes where you can't utilize Dominus Purge. And maybe Chris is playing Sulfur Cord. That's we haven't really seen that yet. Could be something that we'll check on. Something we have seen in the last few months. Sulfur Cord as an engine to sort of access more level 1s. Sort of fallen to the wayside in favor of some of these other engines. But Sulfur Cords are light, so they are able to utilize Dominus Purge.
You can see Ash Blossom still in Henry's hand. He's got at least 1 point of interaction there.
Another funny thing as well here is Henry does have the option to beat cards like Call by the Grave with the Albion Sanctifier Dragon. He's able to chain the Sanctifier to a Call by the Grave on the Ash Blossom to summon it back out. So it's another little trick you can have in this branded Draco Tail strategy, just to beat more of your opponent's interactions on their turn.
So he has a Sting set already from prior. Now he has the Flame, was it, in his hand?
I believe so. And that is one of the ones that you do want. Not in this matchup as often. It is a monster-heavy strategy.
Yeah.
So, okay, we're going to get the Fallen and Virtuous. Yep.
Yep, so that's at least 4 points of interaction from Henry's side. Chris playing with a 3-card drawing to a 4-card hand. Looks like he has a Cookie and a Cupsy, from what I can see. A Cookie and a Cupsy and a spell. Draws an Ash Blossom. That's not what you want to see.
Ash is quite good in this spot. Ash is able to negate one of the Draco Tail traps, and that can potentially allow Chris to push through the board that Henry's developed. So that is the one benefit with cards like Ash Blossom and Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion. They can be used on your turn in this matchup. It can even have a chance to negate the Albion Sanctifier as well with maybe Ghost Spell if that does come up. But I feel like Sanctifier in this matchup was more of just a card he could summon from Branded Fusion to get the value from the cards he wanted to send.
Yep. Just thinking about what...
I think Chris has conceded.
Has he?
Yep.
Yeah, he has.
Yep, okay. So Henry taking a commanding lead game 1, all of his cards going almost uninterrupted. We saw the bell, I guess, on the Fallen of White Dragon. I believe that's the name, sorry I'm butchering it currently. But it definitely slowed down Henry until that Branded Fusion came down and resolved uncontested as well.
And then if you're Henry and you haven't seen anything besides the Dominus Purge, what would you assume your opponent's playing at this stage?
Look, Pure Yummy really isn't on anyone's radar.
Yep.
I'm trying to think, it could maybe Henry could be considering that Chris is playing potentially one of the Primite Odeon builds that we did see. It did win a YCS in the last 12 months, so could be something that Chris has brought. Chris being the innovator that he is, could be something that Henry has on his radar.
Right. So going into game 2, Chris is going to be able to go first. He's going to be able to set up his board. Henry likely to put in, like, when you don't know, you don't really know what your opponent play. You're just going to have to put generic. If it doesn't.
Dominus Purge, but we'll see how it goes. I think, yeah, as you mentioned, more generic cards, sort of just, maybe he might keep his deck the same. Didn't really get too much information, but...
You gotta put in something, at least.
Of course. I think Henry is quite analytical with his approach to the game, so maybe the Dominus Purge, rings alarm bells in his mind. He's like, okay, what could this be? Pure Yummy could be a factor here. Could be Sulfur Cord Yummy. Those are sort of the ones that would make more sense, but...
And Chris, on the other end, is he more likely to just keep his deck as is, or I assume he would cut out cards that aren't very good going first, like
the Molchamis, I think, would be the big thing for Chris. Unless he has a card like Cross that Designator in his deck, you might see one copy of Fualos as well as maybe Perilia.
Both players shuffling up now. Draco Tail is incredibly powerful going first. I think the amount of advantage it can generate when it gets to play uncontested, and then with if they can manage to end up with the full suite of the traps, they can each of them are drawing a card as well. So they're a point of interaction and drawing cards.
The biggest concern I think that Draco Tail has going first is actually drawing the traps, because they do. First, I'm trapped. So Chris going for the Link career.
Yep. As we were mentioning during that bit of a cut, he is playing Booker forward deck.
Looks like Henry is considering his options here. So looks like Vela was used on the Promoa, I believe.
Yep. What other options do you have? I can't really particularly see. It was. I thought I saw another Molchami. Is it? No, he's got the 5 mana.
Okay. So interacting with the Link Karibo on summon, looking to remove it from the field. Chris has already used his normal summon.
So that's using Lucius, and it looks like another. Looks like a floor loss.
So that was Lucius and Thuolos?
Yeah, from what I can see, some Arthralian. being able to set the Rahu and return the Linkuriboh.
Yep, so Henry identified that the normal summon is quite valuable, so he interacted with that with the Effect Veiler, because that would just bridge into several more cards, allowing Chris to get into his Yummy engine. And then he also identified, hey, look, this Link monster will enable Chris to special summon any additional Yummy monsters that he has in hand. So, working quite well. Chris opting for a different Dimension Ground. Okay, maybe looking at a Triple Tactics Thrust package?
Yep. And we've seen how powerful cards like Retaliating Sea have been throughout the day. They've been quite a huge speed bump for the branded Draco Tail strategy. So it's pretty evident that banishing their monsters and cutting off a lot of their recurring cards later.
So Henry would trying to make that up. Looks like a Malulu, if I'm not mistaken. A Malulu, a Lucaeus, and one of the spells. And it looks like Chris did opt to draw phase the different dimensional ground. I didn't quite catch what Henry added back off the Arthur Lion. So he fused 2 and then he bounced 1 Linkuriboh. So I guess he added back the Lucaeus, opting to normal summon. And I think Chris opted to use different dimension ground in the draw phase to offset any chance of 5 mana being chained to the different dimension ground. And we see a lot of players doing that to sort of interact with Molchami Foalos as well, holding the 5 mana and using it as a chain to just avoid the extra draw, or even any draws by fusing with everything and making the Arthur Line.
I was thinking about it. What is... opts against it, thinking about his turn. Just navigating through the different dimension ground is a skill on its own.
Yeah, I think Henry's trying to work out if he can find 8,000 damage in one turn, and if not 8,000, maybe some way to build a board that can interact with Chris's, what looks to be 3 cards in hand, going into 4. So, can be a concern here for him.
And if they weren't being played last turn and they're not points of interaction here, you can just assume that there are normal summons of some kind.
Exactly. Can only normal summon once per turn, contrary to popular belief. So we do have Henry summoning another Arthur Lion.
Using Ogula and level 3.
Yep, so Henry probably just looking to add back the 5 mana for the following turn. Maybe push for some damage and, find something to interact with Chris on his turn. We've identified the normal summons. Oh, adding back the Veiler instead. Okay, so no concern there. Could maybe go for SP Little Knight. Oh no, he's going for game. Okay.
Yeah, using 5 mana.
Yeah, I mean Henry's going for it. Yeah, there's no concern here. This could be Gulamel.
Gulamel. That's
actually could be a range because we are 5 mana. We're still locked to fusions, but it can be Gulamel.
Gulamel, that's 8,800 damage, right?
Oh, Chris conceding, quite a quick game here.
Yep, so Henry's able to go into the last round of the day with a 7-1 score. Very impressive. He's made it this far.
I think Henry put on a clinic there. He identified all of the necessary choke points that you do have in the matchup.
Yep.
Knowing that, well, Chris is already normal summon. This is a normal summon that's quite high value. Let's Effect Veiler it. And then Chris decided to make a link.
Yep.
What happens when a link's on the field? You can summon that Yummy.
Yep.
You can keep going with your plays. So Henry interacted with that and put Chris on having any additional way to play. And Chris didn't have it. Henry takes the game quite quickly.
Yep. So it shows someone, as we said, he's chosen a deck which he finds will give him the best chance at winning. And that's his primary concern in this tournament, I believe. I guess that's with a lot of players in this room. Their goal is the gold, actually, the prize.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Henry ever consistent as well. So hopefully, maybe he can finally have his swan song and win the event. Could be a beautiful time for him. But that's not to say Chris is out of the tournament either. Chris moving on with a 6-2 record.
6-2 record. Still in contention. He's just got to win 5 in a row. Not something that we've seen him do before.
Of course.
To make it here, most people have gone 5 in a row.
And it's not to say, I don't think Chris had any jitters there. I think he played the cards that were dealt to him.
Yeah.
And Henry's cards just lined up a bit better there. So No discredit to Chris. The game just didn't go his way that game, it seemed.
Yeah, like the game 1 where he drew Ash Blossom after he just purged. It was not ideal.
His only point of interaction was Bell, and Henry just managed to have the branded fusion, which gets him into everything. So it happens. It's not ideal, but you know, what can you do? Just have to pack it up, try and win the next few, get into your top cut. So.
Yeah, important part is now that he's on the bubble, he has to make sure that doesn't get to him. It's a mental game, if anything, as well.
And you have Henry with a little bit more relief. You know, if he's able to close out day one with, so we're doing 9 rounds, an 8-1 record would be quite ideal for Henry going into day 2. You know, just has to win a few more, can afford to lose one, and that's top 8 for him. So be good.
Yeah. So we'll take a short break and we'll bring Henry over for a post-match interview. You can have a chat with him and get into his head a little bit, give him some hype, see what he's done throughout the day, what he's played against, and just have some overall insight into his tournament experience going into the last round of the day.
I would love to. All right, so Julius, we are back with Henry Lai. Quite a commanding win. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. My record right now is, I believe, 7-1, so feeling pretty good. Good chance.
One more today.
Yeah, one more today, and then good chance to make it to top 8 and top cut tomorrow.
I'd be excited for it there, Henry. What were your thoughts going into the feature match?
I was thinking that maybe because we're on feature, maybe my opponent has some like spicy deck or something. I didn't really know what deck he was playing, so I was quite looking forward to playing maybe something that's not like the meta decks, and it turns out he was playing Sulfur Cord. And
did the Purge give it away game one? We saw he concealed a bunch of information there, so it was only the Bell and the Purge played. What were your thoughts when those two cards were hitting the grave there?
Yeah, so when I saw Purge, I was thinking it's probably going to be some sort of yummy deck. If he was playing like Radiant Typhoon, then actually Radiant Typhoon, I forgot if they played it, but it was probably going to be a yummy deck. So I decided accordingly to put in the cards that would side in against a Yummy deck, and I guess it paid off because he was playing Sulfur Cord Yummy.
Yeah. No, I think it panned out quite well with your game too. So you identified there was the Promoa coming down, you hit that with the Effect Velo, and then you sort of banked on him not having any other ways to play, right? You went for the Arthur Lion play to bounce back the Link Karibo, hoping his hand was just full of normal summons. And that worked out quite well for you. Did you have any apprehensions with going for game shot on the following turn? Did you think you could afford to go for it, maybe sort of tone it back? I saw you sort of mulling over it after he flipped the Different Dimension Ground.
Before I saw the Different Dimension Ground, I definitely thought I'm probably going for game next turn. After I veiled his Sulfur Cord, I was thinking of dropping Full Loss, because then he might not be able to go into like a Link Karibo or El Mirage. But I just thought maybe I'll just hold the monster in case he just passes and I need it for next turn. But then he went into Link Karibo, so I was thinking maybe he has some sort of yummy cards in his hand. So I decided to use the 5 mana and bounce his Link Karibo. And then when he did the Different Dimension Ground, I was thinking that, he might have just passed because he can't play on the Perilia, so I should probably just try and kill him this turn. And he didn't Ash the Rahu, so definitely just go for the game there and try and seal it. And it paid off.
Yeah.
Went for over 8,000 damage.
Yeah. Did it under Nibiru summons as well, right? We were well under, so you didn't really have to worry about that. Probably not a wide range of cards you can have to sort of stop you from going for that damage shot there. And then game one, I think, was pretty much just how your deck's meant to play, right?
Yeah,
you had Branded Fusion, it resolved.
He belled my White Dragon Elbaz, so it was pretty good because then it means I don't need to go into Synchros. I just played Branded Fusion. He didn't have the Ash Blossom, and I just played from there.
No, I think that's just how you were meant to play that entire hand out. You put on a clinic, honestly, from what we did see. Are you feeling confident going into day two?
I think a bit of confidence, bit of nervousness because I haven't played this deck for too long. I think I picked it up.
You did quite good in the feature match. I honestly would have fooled me there, Henry. I don't know.
Yeah, I've only played this deck for 3 weeks, so still learning a bit of the ins and outs of the deck, and it's been a good learning journey and been really great playing against all these amazing duels here.
Is there anything you think maybe in hindsight you would have changed, something that maybe you've learned today that you wouldn't have learned in the last 3 weeks? Or are you happy with all your decisions?
Yeah, I think I've learned a bit more about my sequencing of my plays, especially going first, trying to really abuse and really use Secretarion to try and summon, for example, like Malulu or anything pretty much, to be able to use that and be able to extend on my plays so that I really have a really strong going first board.
Well, Henry, it looks like you've identified how to play that deck in such a short period of time as well. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully, maybe in that top 8. I'm rooting for you, Henry. I do want to say congratulations on your win.
Very much.
We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Thank you. Okay.
Are we live? guys, we have our backup feature match for round 8. We've got both players on 5 wins and 2 losses, so they're both hanging on their last life if they want to stay in contention of winning the tournament, but they can still play for prizing as well. We've got Loza on Dark Magician.
Loza being a Dark Magician mainstay.
Yeah.
Loves this deck. Always, and the new cards came out for him. It's just designed for him. Maze of Muertos is the Loza set.
And then you got Matthew on Elf Note Fiendsmith, and we saw their Armades, a card we haven't seen in.
Yeah, so able to access that through the Elf Note engine, and then it is a Light Fiend, which allows you to get into the Requiem as well. So similar to the Goddess of the Closed Moon that we did see, sort of just giving you the option now to get back into that engine where you wouldn't normally be able to do that. So we'll see what Matthew can cook up here with what he has started with. Looks to be Lacrima dumping the Engraver here.
There's a Droll and Lockbird, but Droll and Lockbird traditionally wasn't too great impact against the Fiendsmith engine.
Against the Fiendsmith engine specifically, but against the Elf Note cards, it can be cause for concern. But we did see that get activated quite early. So it could be likely that Matthew opts to end on maybe a DDD Wave King High Caesar.
Yep,
I believe that's the name.
Princess as well.
Yep. So he does have you know, a few options here, but you know, who knows? He could make a rank 6 that we've never seen on stream before. I'm hopeful. Never mind, I was incorrect.
You just see a Caesar. I mean, but Caesar's tried and trusted. You know what
it is. Of course. And we're also, you know, deep into this game. Looks to be, I'm not sure if these are up to date.
No, it is up to date.
So we have Loza winning game 1 with Dark Magician. Maybe Matthew saw something game 1 and he's like, you know what, let's just make the Caesar. This should get me there. Could also have hand traps. He does have access to the Requiem Lacrima if he does play Fiendsmith in Paradise as well. That's another point of interaction here too.
I see like 4 or 5 spell cards in
so we do have the Primite Drill Beam, revealing the Primite Lordly Load, opting to banish the Caesar. So that is quite good here. Alright, and we see the Requiem coming out using the effect. And we do have the option to turn that into a Lacrima by summoning the Lacrima we put back, and then sending the Fiendsmith in Paradise, which will in turn trigger if a monster is special summoned from Loza's side, which will then send the Fiendsmith Desiree, which has the option to remove a card from the field.
Yep, and in true fashion, we do note that Dark Magician, at the end of the day, is a vanilla monster, so you'll be able to...
Perfect synergy, though.
Yeah, see the Ash Blossom on the Lordly Load.
Which is quite interesting. Maybe, who knows, maybe Loza activated it, didn't add anything. I don't know, maybe that's fine. Reading it, seeing what he can do. Sending it for,
Dear Bellstar.
Well, I did mention that prior, so Dear Bellstar does allow these decks to now access the Dark Magician of Destruction, which in turn lets him get into a range of Dark Magician cards. So it doesn't just add the Gaze of Timaeus.
Yep, so the deck actually uses the Dark Magician of Destruction in it for its intended purposes outside of being a splashable
engine. And even in the Yummy decks, we can see it where they are able to access Magician Souls, which is a level 1, and does allow some synchro plays. Did Loza set another copy of
Original Sense?
Oh, he said it one of
When Wanted, Now we see the Fiendsmith.
So now he's trying to work out, can we navigate the Fiendsmith in Paradise?
He's got a few more spell cards in his hand. Spell cards always being incredibly powerful because they're not just restricted by
triple
a normal
tactics
summon.
talents.
Oh, he goes straight for the Dark Magician of Destruction. Matthew taking a read, making sure he's on top of its effects.
This card did only come out recently in the TCG, so we do have some learning curves associated with Maze of Muertos cards.
And being an incredible chase card in the set as well. You see a Magician's Rod getting added.
Loza has not normal summon, so this could work quite well for him here. This might be why we saw him sequence everything the way he did, sort of just, to get into that Dark Magician engine. I'm interested to see what he will be able to end on, or even, just throw up into Matthew's board. It's only really one point of interaction with the Fiendsmith in Paradise here.
Yeah, and he's still got that triple tactics talent as well, so he's got a lot available to him. Not too familiar with the spell card, but it looks like it allows him to send or tribute his Magician's Rod to be able to access the deck. I'm assuming in a Dark Magician capacity.
No, so that's Deception of the Sinful Spoils.
Oh,
yeah.
so he already had the Deception. That's why he sent it to Watson. Yeah. There's a.
So we can confirm there is a Deception in Loz's deck. So once again, taking the approach of Diabell Star, the Black Witch, probably on par with the what's Dark Magician's flavor text? The ultimate spell magician.
Yeah.
In terms of attack and defense.
Yeah. So we've got an Ilya Sylvia on the board now. Ilya Sylvia being a point of interaction as well, being able to stop.
Interesting to see that it is in defense, because we do have the option for a battle phase here by Loza. Maybe there's something he knows that we don't, so we'll see where he goes with the rest of this turn.
High concentration of Sinful Spoils cards right now.
I thought it was a triple tactics talent, but maybe I was mistaken. It was a talent. Ooh, this could end badly for Matthew here, depending on what Loza does opt to do with the talent. So opting to look at the hand.
Yep.
Ooh.
Is that a Nibiru, the Primal Being?
That is a Nibiru, the Primal Being.
Yeah. So he's definitely ruled that out already. He's trying to read. He's saying, oh wait, that's a duplicate of that card. So is he counting it out as well?
Yeah, we do have, quite a few points of interaction now. Maybe this Nibiru is not going to do as much as Matthew maybe would have hoped. But yeah, sort of just cutting him off the additional plays on the following turn. You're just leaving him with Beansmith cards, I guess.
Oh, it's interesting. What's his plan here? Goes for an SP Little Knight.
Okay.
Banish Lacrima. Interesting line. Oh yeah, he's got the hollowed Azamina still.
Yep, so putting that one back. So it wasn't Ilya Sylvia, actually.
No, it wasn't.
It was, cannot remember the name for the life of me. Their names are quite complex.
Yeah, no.
But now he does have the option to summon the Ilya Sylvia as a point of interaction. Interesting, are we under 5 summons still? I do believe so. And I think Loza has thought it out, so he's able to activate the hallowed Azamina, chaining wanted, and he's able to send that one off. There should be no concern there. And he's also able to net a draw, I believe, from the wanted.
Yep.
Just giving him, a few extra cards to just interact with Matthew on his turn as well.
The Fiend's Fifth in Paradise being activated to be able to...
So there is Nibiru, the Primal Being.
In response to the ST Little Knight, which was in response to the Fiend's Fifth in Paradise.
Now we have the negate going through.
It's incredibly interesting that Loza went with this line of play, knowing that Fiend's Fifth in Paradise was in play, knowing that Nibiru was in hand. Did you think that it might have, the line of play was going a bit different in his head?
I think it might have been a slight oversight from Loza there. Maybe just not knowing an interaction. Maybe he forgot about the Fiend's Fifth in Paradise as well.
Yep.
So we have the draw. The stats on Nibiru the Primal, or the token from Nibiru the Primal Being, probably not as big as Loza maybe would like. We did have a Link Monster as well as just the Azamina Fusion here. So likely not too amazing. That token can get ran over. We see the Gaze of Timaeus being activated by Loza. This card was designed for him, that's all I am saying. Putting back the Dark Magician of Destruction, summoning Red Eye's Dark Dragoon.
And while it isn't able to destroy cards, it can still act as a form of interaction through its negate.
Yep, so we do know Loza has a wanted Seeker of the Sinful Spoils set currently, as well as one unknown card based on what we have seen, just a card that was not represented from any searching or otherwise. Looks like he's summoning the Snake Eyes Synchro. Sorry, that looks to be the Snake Eyes Vengeance Dragon?
That's what it looks like in the card art.
I do believe so.
Interesting. The Fiendsmith deck is all playing a card that's from his archetype.
I'm not able to interact with that Red Eyes Dark Dragoon just yet. Would be able to crash into it if need be. Able to pop the token, but he would be able to activate the Dragoon to negate and destroy the Snake Eyes Vengeance Dragon.
It's an interesting back and forth game here. Both players, I'd imagine, have some understanding of their opponent's cards, given that they aren't spending too much time reading each other's cards. Now, of course, the Diabell still has that effect.
I believe he did attack over the token, and then it's allowing him to summon the Diabell Star, the Black Witch. Maybe get that up just to double check. So I think what they're questioning now is whether or not the Diabell Star, the Black Witch can trigger. I do believe it is based on a monster being destroyed by battle or card effect, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, if it's sent from the field or hand to the graveyard, you can send one card on the field or graveyard and special summon it, so it doesn't even stipulate it has to be destroyed by battle or anything, it has to be sent to the graveyard during your opponent's turn.
Oh no, sorry. I'll just quickly confirm. It does look like there was a slight miscommunication. I'm not sure why they did pull that card up at that moment. Just double checking. Looks like the judges are currently just checking on the situation at hand, just making sure everything is on the up and up regarding gameplay. So it might be a slight delay there. But has anything come out of this game that was unexpected? I think these are two decks that we haven't really seen too often.
Of course not, even though the individual cards themselves see quite a fair amount of play.
Well, I mean, we have seen Diabell Star, the Black Witch, but not in a Dark Magician strategy, at least. Okay, so I do see what is happening here. So it looks like Matthew summoned the Synchro and passed back, and then we had Loza sending the token for the Black Witch summon.
I don't believe you can send a token because it says if you have to send it to the graveyard, and if you do, right?
Yeah, I'm also inclined to agree with that. We'll see if our judges do catch that one.
That's a Chaos Angel, we can see. Does he still, at present, have a way to get over the Dragoon? Chaos Angel?
Yeah, so Chaos Angel would be able to attack over the Dragoon.
3,500 attack?
Yeah. See how Matthew can navigate this board that Loza has put up. Loza opting to Infinite Impermanence the Chaos Angel, which is pretty much the ideal way to deal with it.
Yep, it prevents the banishing, and then it also turns off the effects that are gained upon synchro summoning.
Okay, so we see the Chaos Angel attacking over the Red Eyes Dark Dragoon. Then we see just double checking here.
Snake Eyes Vengeance Dragon has the effect to be able to push monsters into the spell and trap zone, correct?
But also does have a battle phase effect as well, where he is able to destroy a continuous as well as a monster on the field.
And pushing for 3,000 points of damage here.
Yep, just some additional damage, and we're going to see just quickly what else can happen on Matthew's turn, maybe leading into Loz's turn.
Drew another spell for turn. He has 2 set cards, impossible graveyard interactions. But starts off with the Wanted.
So this, did Loza draw for turn already?
Yeah, he did. He drew for turn.
Okay, so it's interesting. He did have the option to activate that during the end phase, I believe. It is a quick play, maybe opting to play around some of Matthew's interactions that might not have been activatable on his turn.
Pretty thin. Although there's not a whole lot, those monsters both have 3,000 attack and both have quick effects to interact with your opponent. Like that Snake Eye Vengeance Dragon itself already is 2 points of interaction. Be able to turn off a monster and also, well, his second effect's not relevant right now, but it's still being able to turn off a monster.
If Loza does enter the battle phase, you know, maybe he has another Deception of the Sinful Spoils. That is a continuous spell. That is something that, you know, maybe he needs to claw back into the game here. But we'll see how we go in terms of that. Just regarding the game.
Note that we are also approaching the end of match procedures. It looks like there's just over 6 minutes to go, and we are still only in game 2. We have the Dark Magician on the field, but Matthew has to be able to win this game and win the next game as well for his shot here. We see another Dark Magician of Destruction. Now he searches the gaze of Tamias again. You can see that Loza is still currently playing
there is a deception that I did mention, because I do believe the criteria for Dark Magician of Destruction is that you've activated the summoning condition, right, is you've activated a spell or an effect. But we do have a continuous up here. I believe the judge is currently reading it. Yeah. So that would enable the Snake Eyes Vengeance Dragon. Monster and continuous spell. Could be something that Loza might have neglected.
Yeah, and he was also able to stop the Hallowed Azamina's effect by using it to push the... I swear that looks like Ilya Sylvia. Into the spell and trap zone, so the Hallowed Azamina won't be able to resolve. And we see D-Bell start come back out. And searching another Wanted. It's still not in a position where he's able to push through the Alpha Note Fiendsmith deck's field.
Seeing what Loza can do here. Another thing to note that I guess we did neglect was the Snake Eyes Vengeance Dragon pushing a monster into the spell and trap is another way to enable the battle effect.
Yeah.
So I guess essentially 2 points of interaction as well as utilizing that battle effect on Loza's battle phase could be quite detrimental to Loza here.
Yeah, and from what I can see, there's just under 3 minutes on the clock now. Loza needs to be able to close the game if he wants to take the win. Matthew. Oh, looks like Loza's
okay, so we do have a game 3
or
up here.
Or however long a game 3 we can have.
There might have been, so we're not entirely sure, there may have been a time extension. These were backup features, and we do, have a little bit of admin time in between. Might have given them a time extension of maybe 4 to 5 minutes. We'll see how that goes. The judges will let us know when we do hit time.
Yeah, but both of these decks have fairly long sequences in their combos, especially the Fiendsmith deck. Their line already is multi-step, Elf Note. Once you throw those in the mix, it could take a while.
Of course. And that's before we sort of get into the dimension of hand traps in the format as well.
Yeah.
If Matthew has to go through all the motions, that could take upwards of 10 minutes. So we might not see a resolve towards game 3.
Noting that both players are X2, they need to win out to be able to compete in the top spot.
Do have confirmation that there was additional time given, as they did move from the normal player area to the feature match area as our backup feature.
Yeah.
So we will keep you guys posted. Hopefully, our table judge will put that time symbol on the table if need be. So,
but
we'll try and keep track.
Nonetheless, it's in both players' best interest to be able to play.
Of course, and I think they both identified that. Loza especially, that game, while it looked, difficult, I think maybe he could have gotten out of it, but who's to say it's guaranteed? Why not just try it with a game 3? You have a fresh hand, you're going first, you can do what your deck is intending to do.
Yep, so we've been told there's 9 minutes left on the clock. Quite a lot of time. Is it enough to be able to push for a game? It depends on how strong your opening hand is and how weak their opening hand is.
Of course.
It's either player's game still.
And we've seen, quite a few quick games on the stream as well. It can be as simple as, maybe your only play getting stopped by, a card like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Yeah.
And then your opponent now has the option to play. So it's anyone's game. We'll see how the cards line up.
Draw and Lockbird being particularly impactful against Dark Magician deck, which has a fair amount of searching. They can circumvent that with like Wanted in the draw phase and stuff like that.
Yeah, that is a big thing we've seen, and we can usually get around dealing with draw by generating the Ilya Silva quite early. So
let's see what he draws.
We do see a Wanted. Could be opting to activate that as early as possible here to avoid the Droll Blockbird, as you did mention.
Is that a Parulia?
Yeah, we do have a Parulia, and it looks to be a few traps here. Evenly matched, from the looks of it. Might not do too well into Loz's strategy, opting to have multiple negates at the end of his turn. This Parulia does hurt, though.
Yeah, it does get value. Like, it's going to get at least one draw off the Dear Valstar.
But it might be the only draw he gets.
I see a Ghost Spell as well in Loz's hand, not for much longer at least.
And it looks like we saw the original Dark Magician in his hand alongside a Primite Drillbee.
Yeah.
So opting to keep the 2500 attack Vanilla Monster, and then having that point of interaction on Matthew's turn, sort of valuing it more than the Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion.
Yeah, now he's going straight.
We see a Retaliating Sea from Matthew. This could be huge.
Yeah, looks like he's got... Did he draw that off the Parulia, or was that already there?
I do believe he drew it off Parulia, yeah. So we'll see how this goes. Opting to just... Okay. Oh, Secret Village. Oh, my goodness. But we don't see any spells in Matthew's hand. We see an evenly matched. This could not be worse for Loza. We do have to pray for him here.
Yep, so, and he's going to be able to construct a board. One thing you do want to note is that you are conceding your battle phase, and it is getting quite close to time, so you have to be able to...
That is true, that is true. But if Loza has no cards, he doesn't have anything to activate on the following turn.
Yep.
Okay, we do see the drill beam here.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess we do have a point of interaction that I didn't. Like I did mention that prior, but and the gaze of Tobias as well. I'm not sure if he did search that one. I believe he did. So opting to go for Dragoons now, but the card in hand is the Dark Magician.
Yeah. So he's playing with an open hand essentially. All cards are known at this point. No surprises, no tricks.
Single interaction with the Dragoon, as well as the Secret Village, sort of cutting off any spells that Matthew could throw at Loza.
Looks like he just... Yep.
So one of the Elfin Note cards being summoned here. We'll just clarify which one has been summoned for you.
Looks like Fortuna.
I do believe it's Fortuna.
Yep.
Yep.
So special summon it to your center main monster zone, and then you can place one Elf Note continuous trap card from your deck face up to your field. Yeah, so this archetype is all around summoning monsters in the middle and then moving them around, right? I believe.
Yep. Does have some synchro plays, and also just gives you a bunch of extra monsters to turn into the appropriate Fiendsmith cards here as well.
Right. Yep, we see him access the...
So it looks like Dragoon did negate. I'm just trying to make sure we have that correct. So just double checking here regarding the Requiem, I assume. Yep. But now we do have the option to make Fiendsmith sequence. And then going for perhaps a Desiree or a Lacrima play. Does he have enough for a Desiree? He does. So he's going for Desiree here. And then could we see potentially Agmunde? Maybe he doesn't have enough fiends in the graveyard here, but we'll see how it goes. So triggering the Caesar, putting back the Lacrima. Oh, sorry, not Caesar, sorry, Desiree. Sending the Deception. And then this will be big enough to attack over a 4,000 attack Dragoon, I believe.
Yeah. To react the Desiree, and Desiree, can also put the sequence as well. So that's a lot of attack on the Desiree.
Oh, sorry, he's already used the battle phase from Eden Patch.
That
so he's not even allowed to. Oh my goodness. So this could be Loz's game to take back.
Yeah, time is cutting close. He's going to activate Deception.
Getting rid of the Dragoons for another Dark Magician of Destruction here, because the Dragoons would be removed from the field because of the gaze of Tamaya. Right, so Desiree negating here.
He's going to be able to negate multiple cards. He's going to be able to disable the Dark Magician of Destruction and the... Deception, that's the one.
So we see Loza just considering his options here. Might be all he can do. I think we see a concession from Loza here, so Matthew does take the match. Quite a nail-biter here with a lot of cards that I think are quite unique. Not something you usually see at a YCS around round 8, but they're both still, well, they were in contention for top cut. Loza sadly going 5-3 now, sort of just out of that bracket. But we have Matthew still with the topping record.
That's good to see. And now we're closing into the last round of the day. We'll find something interesting for you guys. We'll be back shortly after a break. Interesting to see what's going to happen in the last round of the day. are now in the last round of Swiss of day 1. Interesting to note that the first 6 tables have all had people in feature matches, and whether win or lose, they're still doing quite well. We've got Andy on table 1.
Yep. We have Andy playing against DDD on table 1. We currently have an 8-0 DDD in the form of Destiny, who just conquered Jesse Cotton in the last round.
Yep. And Jesse Cotton not far down on table 5. We have table 2, I believe we had
Dominic Italiano versus Nathan Kost.
Nathan Kost, who won on his feature match earlier.
Yep. And Dom, no slouch to the competitive scene. Been around for quite a while, topping the last YCS.
Yep. And table 3, as we go further down, we've got, it's all
We
players.
saw Henry on table 4, that was one of our feature match winners, yeah.
I think Jonah was on the top
4,
tables.
Yep, Jonah as well, yep.
We mentioned, even though he lost this round 1 feature match, he's still quite up there.
And we have former world representative Kunlun.
Yep.
Yep, so he also top forward the last YCS with Blue Eyes, actually.
Yep. And he's playing against Jesse Cotton, so that's definitely a match for them.
Okay, and we have Seth playing Lunalight, starting with the Foolish Burial. We could be seeing the Lunalight Silverhound here.
Yep. Lunalight is a deck which seems to have flown under the radar in terms of being touched on the Forbidden Limited list recently, a decision which has left a lot of people puzzled, because it is a deck which has some gameplay styles which aren't what a lot of people consider to be really fun or interactive to play against. But at the same time, there aren't actually a whole lot of people who enjoy playing the deck itself. Do you think it's a self-managing kind of process?
It is quite fragile.
Yeah.
You do sort of see a lot of these multiple card combinations that can get cut off by an opportune hand trap. It can be kind of awkward. I think the people that do enjoy Lunalight, they're people that sort of enjoy this style of play. They love sitting on a big monster, a monster that has a very powerful effect, and it's also unaffected, right? That's the main thing. They sort of protect the castle strategies, and they do gravitate towards them. And we see Seth, showing that in full force with the Collider Chick off the Silverhound, dumping a fusion, now giving him the option to have a negate available with the Silverhound, as well as normal summoning the Gold Leo, adding Yellow Martin and sending that one to the grave, using the Yellow Martin's effect to add the Lunalight Masquerade.
Can't particularly see what's in the branded Draco tail hand. What are your thoughts on it playing into a full Lunalight board?
It can be quite difficult. So it does depend on if George is opting to play the Titanic Lad, allowing him to get over the Liger threshold with a high attack amount, as well as just being able to beat the ability of destroying all special summon monsters on the field as well. Well, all monsters, all special summon, it's one or the other. They're all determinable.
Do you think a lot of players would have heavily prepared for the Lunalight matchup? It's always a deck you could potentially encounter.
Something to be afraid of, I think. But within reason. I don't think you should go all out when it comes to beating this deck. I do think a lot of these decks are very hand trap heavy. And you do have the option to just draw hand traps to really stop the opponent from getting anything going. Compared to having maybe board breakers, which we see with some people opt for Lava Golem, the Kaijus. We even saw cards like Herald of the Abyss at some points, for similar sort of cards. Obviously, maybe not so much now, but they've fallen out of favor. More preventative, less like letting them play and then do it, because usually those end boards, they're met with like an SP Little Knight alongside it, and it becomes quite awkward.
Yeah, we see this Lunalight Perfume, one of the older Lunalight cards, incredibly powerful. Not having
has multiple effects, not once per turn as well.
Yeah, being one of the cards that was printed fairly before the whole once per turn era of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Right, so we see Seth opting to use the Yellow Martin. Looks to be returning the Masquerade here. Not sure if the Masquerade's already enabled itself, but we see Nibiru, the Primal Being, coming down. I'm not sure if this is enough. Ooh, see Book of Eclipse though! We can fuse with face-down monsters. That is quite huge for Seth. And a big heads-up play as well. That Nibiru will stay in hand, not tributing anything, and not giving a token and keeping the monsters up too. This is being pretty good.
Yeah, it's a very versatile card, going first and going second as well. It's able to completely shut down a lot of your opponent's monsters if they have effects that could be activated on the field when you're playing into it. So it's definitely been a card that Lunalight has played around with a lot.
Yeah, but also just having, it's not a Lunalight card, so it is, another card that Liger's unaffected by. So you're able to, plop down all of your opponent's interactions, trying to out that Liger Dancer, and then just setting everything, and then just going back to your turn, hoping for the best. So I think they're confirming if the Yellow Martin will be banished because it is now face down. I think the judge is just confirming that for the players now.
I can see that Seth has another 4 loss in his hand. It's not ideal in this situation.
Not great, no.
And
if there's any deck where you're not happy to have full loss, I think it is Lunar Light. Can't really do much with it.
As polymerization?
Yep, that is the polymerization. He did add that off the black sheet. And as I mentioned, you can fuse with face down cards. They're quickly going to determine what we can do. And I believe the Masquerade is in effect. So he is banishing the fusion from the grave and making the Liger Dancer.
The first Liger Dancer, if he's... I'm not particularly sure if he's able to access the second one at this point in time.
I don't believe so. I think this might be the best we can get. I think they're just quickly double checking another card interaction, maybe? Or regarding the Masquerade to see if it's still in effect, because it has returned to the hand. Yeah, that Book of Moon, quite a heads up play from Seth there.
Yeah, and even if it's only one Liger
Also, he does have the option, he's triggering his abilities as well, because he did send them to the graveyard by a card effect. So he is getting, an additional push here, maybe able to access another Liger Dancer. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, and he's still got that perfume as well. It's a lot of ways to keep playing now.
All right, getting rid of that Fua, so we do have the option here to discard it for the perfume. Not totally in vain in hand, so we'll see where that goes for Seth from here.
Yeah.
All right, so we are adding, looks to be another copy of Gold Leo.
No, Seth's done quite well coming into the 7-1. Probably caught a lot of opponents off guard as well. People who, they knew that Lunar Light was a deck, but they knew that not enough people would play it for them to probably be as prepared as they needed to be.
Not enough room for all of these lava golems when you do have decks like Radiant Typhoon or maybe Draco Tail, just not having the option to do anything. And we see George summoning the Incredible Ecclesia, utilizing the open game state to use its quick effect to attribute itself to summon a monster that does mention that
the Fallen of the White
Dragon. So opting to use that effect to summon another Ecclesia from deck. So he's opting to play more copies of Ecclesia, and he's like, we didn't see that at the 300th YCS from actually our world champion, Julian Kahn.
Yeah. Seth just reading through, making sure he's well aware of the effect of his opponent's cards.
Okay, we see Lucius being summoned here.
What's his avenue of handling the Liger Dancer?
It does depend on George's deck list here. It can be quite difficult to deal with this board.
Well, Titanic Lad, as you mentioned prior, is one way of potentially dealing with at least one. Looks like he's attempting to use the 5 mana as well now. Oh wait, no, yeah, so... Yeah, use 5 mana using the Nibiru and the Lucius to summon... Aphelion?
Yeah.
It's able to trigger the Lucius as well as the Aphelion, adding the 5 mana back to hand. Setting the key to. Activates the key to, is able to add and then fusion summon.
Yep, so George is playing, at such a good pace. It seems like he has a plan.
Yeah.
I think he knows how to dissect this board state. He's trying to figure out, can I get there? What cards does Seth have in hand? Can they interact with me? And he's sort of just, going with the motion, seeing if he can get there.
Looks like he used the pan that he added, and the 5 mana summon Gulamel.
Yep.
sets of sting for him.
It could also be a case of maybe George is just trying to hope that Seth makes some mistakes here, maybe opts to use the effect at the incorrect moment, and then he'll have all of these traps as backup to stop another push from Seth on the following turn to maybe try to close out the game.
What's he trying to go for here? Is that a... Oh, Artemis?
Artemis, sure. Okay.
Sure.
So, potentially playing the Magistus engine here. I would assume so. Let's see where he does go from here.
Gulamel and Artemis. Let's see what he makes.
Okay, Magistus Chorizo, sorry.
Do you think he's playing a bit of a lighter Magistus engine, or if they have?
I think this is a pretty deep one when you do play the Magistus, the Chorizo, because it is quite extra deck inefficient sometimes. Because you might not be playing the Magistus Exceeds is another thing some people are opting to not play. And we see the Liger Dancer effect, sending the Saber Dancer, I do believe, opting to destroy everything here. And George able to trigger the Pan to summon back because a fusion had left the field.
Yep. Yeah, it's Liger Dancer does turn any Lunar Light card into a Lightning Vortex, so to speak. But now he's back to square one with trying to find a way to clear this Liger Dancer.
George does have Gulamel and an Athelion in the graveyard currently. Those will be able to come back if 2 monsters were sent to the grave. That is something that could sort of delay the game. Maybe George is hoping to run him out of resources and maybe try to close the game that way.
Yeah, Blazing Cartesia is his way of starting. Both. Oh man, his extra deck space is quite tight. There's so many cards you want to play, so many cards you want to play more of.
So another card that George could be playing is the Dragon that devours the Dogma. So it would be able to gain attack, but it doesn't look like it would be able to push over the Liger Dancer.
3,500 to Liger Dancer's 3,800.
It does look like it would gain the 500 from the Ecclesia. So I'm not really seeing another way outside of George having Titanic Light potentially. But it could really just be a case of George trying to delay the game and maybe just force Seth to make mistakes.
Yeah.
And we see the Silverhound being activated to negate the Dracotail Sting. It would have been banished otherwise, so probably the most efficient way to deny a draw there as well.
Right. Seth is able to continue playing now. I think this is probably a turn he's looking to close out the game.
Doesn't really look like George has much going for him at all. The Cartesia is on board. It can allow him to make another fusion, but will it be enough?
Yeah, all of these Lunar Light monsters are fairly similar in appearance. A lot have similar overlapping effects, so you just got to make sure you know which ones are which. Right. That was a Ghost Bell from the Draco tail deck. But other than that, he's got nothing left. He's playing effectively open-handed.
Yep, Seth is just doing what his deck is meant to do, just rolling with the punches here, trying to summon another Liger Dancer and hopefully close out that game this turn. I think George is really just trying to hope that Seth slips up.
Oh man, your opponent being 7-1 in this tournament, it's going to be a big ask. Yep, he uses the effective Liger Dancer again. And then after. Arathlian summons itself from the graveyard.
So Tanky being negated by the Draco Flame, netting George another card. Could George's game plan be to sort of just fatigue Seth out? It does look like it. The traps can loop themselves. Will he have enough gas to sort of, continue the game?
Still going to be incredibly difficult to push damage on your end if you aren't able to clear that Liger Dancer though. So was it Ash Blossom for the Masquerade?
From the looks of it. Actually, yeah, it was the Masquerade, I do believe so.
Yeah, that was. Seth really thinking about his turn here. Enters the battle phase, attacks over the Arathlion, attacks, and then he's able to push some amount of damage. It's not enough to end the game, but he's putting George on very minimal cards. George has a branded fusion and a monster in hand.
Yeah, it looks to be another incredible Ecclesia that he may have added back at his end phase because fusion was sent to the grave.
Yep.
So should be no concern there.
What's his back?
Another spell. Was that another branded, or is that another monster actually? So there's the Ecclesia. Is that the Ecclesia? It is.
That's the incredible Ecclesia.
Just double checking here. I do believe he does have a. Oh no, this should be fine. Not sure where George goes from here. He does look like he has a plan though. The special summoning the Ecclesia and then activating the branded fusion.
That is one place to start. Branded fusion.
Yep, so this would be the moment of truth. We can see if there's access to that Titanic Lad. We did have a chance to summon it last time, but maybe George, figured we'll wait until Seth is maybe out of resources, see where we can go from there. Right, sending the Albaz and the Frixel, I do believe.
Sanctifier comes out. Not what we were looking for.
Activating the Draco Key2. I do believe George doesn't have, no, he has one other card in hand. Okay, so he does have the option to fuse if he would so wish. Could also do it with the Ecclesia on board. Maybe, oh, just setting it. Okay, so not activating it currently.
Yeah, so it seems like he doesn't play the Titanic Glide. It's going to be difficult.
Activating Key2 now.
Adds Urgula and Ecclesia.
Yeah, just trying to run Seth out of cards. The Urgula will be able to pop the Masquerade here. Going for Secretarian Dragon, I do believe. And that'll allow him to get an additional monster on the field. So that's always good.
But still, even at this point, we don't have a way to deal with her.
Not currently, so we have to wait and see what George can cook up for the rest of this turn. I keep saying this, but George is playing with such conviction. Surely he has a plan.
Well, Liger Dancer can still activate its monster destruction effect, right?
It can, yes.
Yeah.
Frixel bouncing back now. Just giving him more monsters to fuse with, just allowing him to have, a bit more gas as well. I think that is the game plan for George. If he doesn't have a Titanic Lad, he's just trying to survive as long as he can. And could this be to his detriment? Do you think maybe this is, something George shouldn't be doing? I'm not too sure. I want to see where this ends up. I'm trying to see where George can take this game back.
Or perhaps he's just using this time to figure out what his game plan for game 2 and 3 are. Like, he knows he's dead in the water, and he's just trying to use the time to think so that he doesn't have to slow play in the future games. That's always a strategy you can have. Just make the most of your time. You got 600 life points. It's a bit rough. Secretarian Dragon effect to be able to recycle one and summon one.
Yeah. And so we did have the Frixel coming back and then bouncing for the Lucaeus, and now we are summoning back the Artemans.
Yep,
and now we see the Liger once again.
Destroy all.
Resetting the field.
And looks like George will concede the first game.
Alright, so Seth taking it down, you know, that was quite commanding. We see that Book of Eclipse, that was so good for Seth.
Yeah, very, very good play by himself. He was able to, I mean, he was the card he was going to play in his deck regardless, but a well-timed Book of Eclipse, something that George might not have been expecting.
Yep.
Very powerful.
It's something that I think a lot of people sort of neglect, right?
Yeah.
Like, you confuse with face down cards.
Yep.
It's something that can come up, and I think it's particularly relevant. We see it in the Yummy matchup as well, where cards like Cookie Yummy Way that has the ability to set 2 monsters, and you know, in matchups like Draco Tail or even the Lunalight deck, sometimes it can just, you know, mean nothing.
We would like to do a post-match interview, however, due to time constraints, we want to make sure everyone gets out on time, so unfortunately we won't have time for one after this match, but we will be back tomorrow with round 10 of Swiss. But we work on a lot of feedback that we've been given. We have understood that there's been things that can be improved, and that's something we will actively work on as well.
Yeah, we do just want to make it clear, you know, for the viewers at home, you know, who would win a game like that. Because we did see, you know, George playing, once again, just playing like he did have that game on lock. He was playing every card with such confidence.
Yep.
And then, you know, maybe it was the second Liger Dancer effect, just really closing it out for him. So yeah, just being able to identify that Seth did in fact win that game is something we were aiming for with that.
And Seth is now playing second this game, which sometimes is also just as scary because they can just set up they can just clear your board and push a lot of damage going second. So
well, Seth does now have the option going second for cards like Heavy Polymerization. Those are quite strong into matchups like this. So it'll be a question of if George can play around, you know, a lot of the tricks that Lunalight does have when going second, setting up his board in a way that will offset all of them. And we did see Book of Eclipse game 1, so maybe Seth is on more of a breaker approach, maybe less of hand traps, but he could also just be siding them out, maybe hedging his bets, and he could throw, you know, a suite of hand traps at George in game 2 going second.
Well, let's see what they draw. Both players shuffled up. I see at least one more Charmy in Seth's
we see Dominus Impulse, which is a card that is viable in this deck. It is predominantly a dark attribute type deck, and a Perilia.
Yeah, we see the Perilia straight away.
Perilia. And we saw Magister's cards from George, so there is a chance that George... Oof, okay, set one.
I can see an Ash Blossom in George's hand.
Ooh, we're seeing set, okay.
Right.
Not great
Nibiru
here.
off the top, right?
Passing back. We have a game. We do have a game.
Yeah, Tanky off the top is a really good card off the top. Oh, the Fallen and Virtuous.
Yep, destroying the Tanky hit.
Well, at the same time,
likely George might not have had a card that he could, you know, put on the field to pop his own card with the Virtuous. That is something that you can do to sort of get into your branded engine.
Yeah.
So this now is quite big. Does Seth have a way to interact with the Albion?
It
doesn't look like it. No, not great. Is that potentially another Molt Charmy in hand? Depending on what his set card is, he could activate that, remove it from the field, and then activate it if it's Fualos. But he does still have that Dominus Impulse in hand, and that can negate the branded fusion.
Yep. We'll have to see what his set card is. Couldn't really see what George drew there, but he's just going to start off with the branded fusion, which will get met by the Dominus. Just thinking about it. There we go. We see the Dominus Impulse.
Activating Key 2, quite good here. And we can only assume maybe that was George's draw for turn.
Yeah, that's a very reasonable assertion. That's a Malulu. normal Sumsamalulu. And Seth has his own Fallen and Virtuous. He has his Dragon to Devours All.
George passing back. And this is the other thing, that Fallen and the Virtuous, amazing, incredible card. Has so much flexibility, and in strategies like this, we're seeing him able to add the Tri-Brigade Fractile, which is allowing him to bridge back into his Lunalight engine.
Yeah, that's it certainly is a good game we've seen. Like both decks are playing without much, and it's just seeing who can make the most stick. But yeah, we see the Fractal. Fractal sending Silverhound.
We're seeing an Ash looks to be on the Silverhound and then a pass back. Not great. We're seeing quite a slow game from both players here. But, you know, anything can open this. All it takes is one card resolving, and I think we have, you know, a game coming to a close. But let's see what George can muster up on his turn here with a Crowley. Not ideal to draw. Yep, opting to pop the Crowley here.
Another Fallen and the Virtuous.
The Albion will get him to another copy of Fallen and the Virtuous.
We get the third one.
The gift that keeps giving, I think, is the best way to look at it.
Oh, absolutely. So such a splashable card. We've seen it in a variety of archetypes, not just in branded decks, but we see it in Sky Striker as well.
We do. Just very flexible. Even Radiant Typhoon as well. It is a quick play. And your extra deck space, it's quite free. They play cards like Extravagance, so you can fit that card into your Radiant Typhoon strategy as well.
Now it looks like Seth has the ball rolling. George does have...
Okay. Oh, a Ghost Ogre here. That is something we haven't seen in quite a while. Ghost Ogre is quite good, being able to interact and clear the body off the field as well as like interacting with Masquerade too.
Yeah.
Maybe George did have the foresight for this matchup, seeing the overlap in a card like Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit.
Now we've got the Fall under the White Dragon. So we're starting to see the players draw their engine cards, so the game's definitely going somewhere. Spenta, is that?
Yep. So George playing the Magistus engine. We did see the Link 1 in game 1.
The Artemis.
Seth just double checking. So Spenta does have few effects actually. Does also have the option to, I believe, half the attack of a monster on the field as well. Not relevant here, but can be a way to out the DDD High King Caesar.
And we see the third copy of the Fallen and Virtuous getting resolved here. I'm not sure what it is, but Seth, shuffling his hand horizontally is definitely a tactic I've never seen before.
I think I've actually played him in an event before and he did the same thing, and I thought it was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Yeah. And I adopted it for every other round that I played. So we'll see what this is. I think maybe a slight oversight from Seth here, opting to pop the Spenta, just trying to cut George off. But now you just do have the option to banish and equip.
Yeah.
And I think they're double checking, can the Silverhound negate? I do believe Silverhound does negate activations, maybe not effects, so we're sort of seeing where that's going here. George just clarifying it. And then we now have the option to add another copy of Spenta to the hand.
Yeah.
Sadly, the Crowley's already gone, so we'll see where George can go from here. But he is taking a commanding lead. Seth really not able to get anything going in this game.
Yeah, he's got a kind of 4-loss a fusion spell. Yeah. He's not able to close out the game this turn, but he doesn't have a whole lot. Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon.
So attacking and then looking to use the effect, probably aiming to end on a Cartesia as well as having the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon back on the field.
Alright. Seth's going to need quite a big draw.
Yet we see Seth, you know, a few cards can get him back in this game.
Of course.
You know, there are the heavy polys. We do have as well Lunarlight Fusion, but he does need, you know, a few extra cards to sort of pair with that, sort of to get him out of this mess. But we'll see. It doesn't look like we drew another spell. It looks to be maybe a Collider Chick.
That is a Collider Chick.
This could be dependent on whether or not this Cartesia can turn into anything. But the Ecclesia, I do believe, can banish itself to summon. I'm not sure if we went through the original Albaz here. Because we could go Ecclesia into Ecclesia, I believe.
Yep. Wasn't Seth using his own Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon to be able to remove
he did send that off the Virtuous.
Yeah.
Okay, so having the option to remove another monster off the field.
Yep.
Let's see where this goes for him, though.
I think they're just clarifying the game state here. Oh, right, so he's due to Dominus Purge. Is Legion the Dark Dragon a light or a dark monster?
I do believe it is a light.
You would think Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon is
You would only hope. However, Cyber Dragon, contrary to popular belief, is neither cyber nor dragon. Actually a machine.
As I learned earlier today, Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, is not a dragon.
It is a worm, yes.
So George is able to take game 2 in this interesting game where neither player had much to go with, and they were just trying to make small pushes until one player muscled through. We still got just under 20 minutes on the clock for.
Do you think this is enough time to close out game 3? I think it is. I think they both played at quite a reasonable pace. I can understand where George was coming from with his first game, really just trying to outvalue Seth, trying to find a way to take the game back without having an extra deck out in the form of Titanic Lad, or even a main deck out. Some people were actually playing the light kaiju, or one of the light kaijus, and they would send it off the branded fusion, and they would add it back with Arthelion later in the turn to out the Lagadancer. So it's something I don't think we'll see from George today, but it's another option you've seen people exploring to defeat the Lunar Light Menace if it was so big.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, sometimes prevention is the best cure, right? Like, stopping them from getting to it might just be better than letting them get to it and then dealing with it afterwards. Left on the clock. Thorough shuffling right there. Alright, I'll take a look at their opening hands.
Alright, so I assume we'll see Seth elect to go first.
Opening one monster, 4 spells, a Foolish Burial.
Corellia is quite good here. Does he have a Call by the Grave? No, Foolish Burial. Okay, let's see where this goes. You can navigate Perilia quite reasonably in this deck with cards like Silverhand summoning from the main deck, and then most of your summons just being fusions, as well as cards like Yellow Martin, as well as Lunalight Tiger summoning back from the graveyard. Oh, we do see a Fue here. Does Seth have a way to deal with it?
Man, this is not looking too good.
And it looks like George has another copy of Perilia in his hand as well. So obviously not able to utilize that, but he does just have extra fodder for the following turn if he does wish to make a fusion summon.
Yeah, nonetheless, like just having both Perilia and Fall-Off drew into the Ash Blossom. Having both and just preventing Seth from playing, it's
Ash
might
here
just be
is
good enough.
quite crucial. So George opting to take the draw from the Fualos here, and then, you know, ashing the Gold Leo effect, just to, you know, sort of cycle through some more cards. Likely he didn't have a play and did need the extra draw, so he sequenced it that way. I've seen the Masquerade activated here.
Seth's in a rough position right now. He's trying to navigate through both Charmies.
Yep, so we are getting the Black Sheep into the grave and then using the Gold Leo to add it back, and then using the Black Sheep to add a polymerization here.
I remember when we used to do that in Zodiac.
Yes, in the Zodiac format, dark times, truly dark times. But it was incredibly fun. Lunalight Black Sheep, definitely. All the Lunalight cards are so interesting. You know, they're all really strong. They all have incredible effects.
Yeah, they're paired well with a lot of decks. They paired with Zodiac. They paired with
the Lunalight Orca strategy.
Yeah, the Orca deck. That was quite cool.
Some YCS and UDS wins, I believe. Actually, Jesse Cotton, I believe, won a UDS with the Lunalight Orca step.
Yeah. So, just drawing some more cards. He's got a hand of just all monsters right now. There's a Ghost Ogre that we saw earlier, like you mentioned.
Ghost Ogre here, it's so good. All of the paired hand traps alongside Charmies here, really making it difficult for Seth to get anything on board.
We do know that George hasn't drawn into any of his power spells. He's got a handful of monsters.
It could be a case of George just not being able to make a play on the following turn as well, though. We did see that game 2.
Yeah.
But can Seth get out of this? Can Seth maybe get to a Liga Dancer this time?
It's like every time you summon, you're giving your opponent an extra draw to be able to either stop you further.
That is the concern. That is the concern we do have. Now we see Perfume. That is a card that will not net George any cards from Perilia or Fualos. And then he does have the option to activate the Perfume.
Heavy polymerization.
There is the heavy polymerization we did talk about, so it was in Seth's deck. Yep, and then using the Perfume Dancer to return the Wolf and then summon the Kaleido Chick from hand.
It's going to net another draw off the Perilia.
Yep, but however the Kaleido Chick can send the necessary materials here, and then he can activate the Wolf. And that will get him to a Liga Dancer. I believe, hopefully.
It looks like he's drawn a Rahu at some point.
So looking to take these cards off board, potentially for more fodder for the Lunalight Wolf. It does get him an extra draw, though. This could be, maybe not necessarily a misstep, but something necessary.
Yeah, SP Little Knight.
I was going to say, could we see another Ghost Ogre, but that card is indeed once per turn. Maybe it might have been better for George to hold it for the Wolf.
And we see the Liga Dancer. Now we're in the exact same position as game 1, where we know he doesn't play the Titanic
have 12 minutes on the clock as well.
Yeah, so with all those draws, is he going to be able to clear both Liga Dancer and SP?
Yep, this is like the ideal end board, I think. And you know, Seth managed to do this through multiple hand traps, Molchamis, Ash Blossom, and Ghost Ogre, just showing the true resilience of Lunalight when it does get to play.
Rahu being quite a good card to start with, but Liga Dancer still has the effect where it can clear off all the monsters.
And we didn't see an out from George in game 1. So we've noted that he doesn't have an extra deck out compared to conventional strategies that we've seen in the past.
So Rahu was negated by the Silverhound?
Okay, so activating Albaz, chaining SP, banishing the Albaz so it does not have the ability to make a Mirror Jade, and then we have the Fallen White Dragon sending what likely to be an Albion?
Yeah.
Okay. Using the effect to summon the incredible Ecclesia. What does Seth have set?
There we go, we're going to see Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon likely to come out. All these plays, still not any steps closer to clearing that Liger Dancer.
George is trying to find a way to deal with it. You know, he drew through a bunch of cards with both of the Molchamis being activated. George really needs to find a way to close the game, and honestly, it doesn't look like he has the chance to do it in a timely fashion. This could be quite a long game, and I'm not sure if 10 minutes is enough. So noting that he is currently locked into level 8 fusions from the Fallen in White Dragon, unable to summon the Gulamel, summoning the Arthur Lion instead, opting to target the Urgula as well as the Ghost Ogre and triggering the Urgula to destroy the set card. Forbidden Droplet, okay. Okay. So I believe Seth did not have any additional cards in hand, so he would be unable to send the Pendulum Scale as it would be unable to go to the graveyard. And obviously he wouldn't want to send the Liger Dancer either.
Just under 9 minutes now.
Yeah. This is going to be a nail biter. We are going to see this game close out, but would it close out as a double loss? I think neither player wants this. George, you know, potentially picking up the pace, but he is really just, you know, struggling to out this Liger Dancer.
Yeah, and the Liger Dancer still hasn't used its effect yet, I believe.
Also something to note as well, usually when going second as the branded Dracotail player, you do opt to side deck out the Dracotail traps. So George is not going to have the same value in setting up an end board that he would have had game 1, where he was setting those cards to sort of cycle themselves back. If he runs out of steam, he's going to run out of steam definitively.
Yeah. And with that Liger Dancer being able to just clear boards every single turn, it's incredibly rough.
Virtuous set.
Yeah.
SP coming back with the Albaz here.
It's a lot of recursion, but again, the Liger Dancer is the problem.
So just shuffling up real quick before Seth does start his turn. We have the quick play set along with the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon on board. What can we do here if we're Seth?
Oh, he's considering the Fallen and the Virtuous.
Depending on what he has activated. Also using the ability of the Saber Dancer in Grave, I believe. Liger Dancer also having the option to attack multiple monsters, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yep. We've got the 5 mana now.
So Seth considering the SP here, opting to banish the Albaz. Chaining the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon. Where do we go from here, George? Okay. So Fallen coming out. 5 mana resolving, getting rid of the Urgula as well as, looks to be a Cartesia as well as an Ecclesia.
Yep.
Going for the Arthur Lion in defense, and then opting to add back 3 cards. So really just trying to go with it, and it looks like he might add some Draco Tail effects on the chain link as well. Just, you know, setting them because they are free at this point. Yeah, but we see George triggering the Urgula. No reason not to. It would get rid of the pendulum scale as well. Just means he would be able to save his quick play to destroy anything else. Does also have the additional ability to summon back if there is an Ecclesia available as well.
Just over 5 minutes on the clock.
So we see that destroying the wolf.
What's Seth able to do? Seth? The recursion on this branded Draco deck is incredible.
Yeah, even without the traps, it's just getting all of the cards back. You have the graveyard effects of Arthalion as well as the Gulamel able to summon themselves back just as additional bodies to either block damage or, you know, just turn into something else on your turn or your opponent's turn with a card like 5 mana.
Yeah, now he's got the thrust. Thrust looks like it's going to
thrust for talents.
Talents and then
So Seth maybe just going for, what's he going for? Hand? Oh, taking, okay. So taking the Alpha Lion.
What are we going to see?
Just under 5 minutes left. You see the Liga Dancer ability activating. Attack. Attack. That's it. Alright, we see Seth taking it with Lunalight. George just not finding a way to answer that Liga Dancer. Quite unfortunate. Congratulations to Seth, moving on with an 8-1 record. Just a few more rounds and we could see Lunalight in the top 8 of YCS Sydney 2026. Bad luck to George there, but he still moves on with a presentable 7-2 record, still in contention for top 8.
Yeah. As mentioned, we do have a bit of a time constraint, so we aren't able to have a post-match interview, but we will be back tomorrow morning with round 10 of YCS Sydney 2026. Thank you guys for watching, and we will be back tomorrow.